Hello. I'm going to assume that this is on. And hi, everybody. My name is Eddie. I'm the creative director at Hobbs. It's super cool to be here with everybody today. I went to SCAD too, so I know exactly what you're going through right now, sitting in your seats, kind of excited for CoMotion and all this prep being done. But before I continue, I'll let my partner here, Nevin, introduce himself.
Hey, my name is Nevin. I'm a producer at Hobbs. And yeah, super excited to be here. Sad, of course, that we can be here in person, but super excited that we're able to chat with you guys again. I guess this is now our third year going to CoMotion. So psyched to be here and psyched to be talking to you guys about multidisciplinary collaboration.
Yeah. Don't worry, this is all planned. So this black screen is totally part of the presentation. That being said, today we prepped a little chat for you guys, wavelengths and collaboration. Multidisciplinary collaboration is a huge part of what we do at Hobbs, and today we want to explore how that works with this idea of finding wavelengths with other creatives and the rest of clients and briefs and stuff. But before we sort of get started, a heads up, we're going to do a Q&A at the end of the talk. So we have a pigeonhole that you can go and check out during the talk. So if you have any questions on things that we bring up or clarification or just curious about what we do and how we got here or whatever, go check it out, go add some questions, and we'll kind of go through some of the top ones then at the end. Yeah, without further ado, we are Hobbs. We're super excited to be here. We have a lot to share and show you guys, but before we get started, every Friday morning, we do the morning news at Hobbs, and since we can't be there today, we'd like to invite everybody to take part in that. So. All right. So we are based in Detroit. It's nice and cold up here, but it's been a really cool place to kind of build a studio out and get started with all sorts of cool stuff and kind of pulling from clients all over the country. Our mission statement is a little wordy. Hobbs is a team of problem solvers focused on furthering motion as a design discipline and applying its principles to digital products and emerging technologies. But really what we're trying to say is we just want to put an animator in the driver's seat where it's not expected. This is something that we believe in. We think that putting an animator as early in the process as possible when you're designing something really changes the outcome and can have an impactful resolution on what the final product is going to be. And that kind of brings me to sort of the reason why Hobbs exists in the first place is we kind of saw an opportunity in user-driven animation. There was an opportunity in animation that kind of lived outside of the 16:9 screen. And we had a point of view that if animation lived as code, it wasn't done evolving after you had just rendered it. So whether it was small and you were dealing with pixels and icons, or huge and dealing with 300 drones in the sky at a time, by putting an animator in the room as early as possible in that development process, you would be able to curve the expectations of the tech and really create some exciting things. Uh, as you guys know, motion graphics sits sort of in the middle of lots of different disciplines, and it has a habit of borrowing practices and workflows from all these other creative fields, right? And where Hobbs sits in the industry, we often find ourselves bumping up into a lot of user experience and interactive clients and briefs and problems. And working across these industries, we've seen an evolution in the way that we collaborate with these other types of creatives. So right off the bat, it might seem pretty easy to assume that our take on multidisciplinary collaboration has a lot to do with the tech and like how we make things work and talk to each other. And while that is very true, the real value that we find in multidisciplinary collaboration is in the soft skills. It's not always about being technically savvy, but it's about being able to communicate with one another. And we really can boil this down to these two main tenets: communication and problem solving skills. When you can be open-minded and adaptable to new situations, these are the skills that really hone in on the impactful decision-making and create effective team members. And it really allows you to say yes to completely new briefs and projects and things that you've never done before confidently, knowing that you'll be able to have the tools that you need to kind of get on the same wavelength with other people. We find that it's really helpful to do that, right, with other creatives, because that's kind of how you end up working together and figuring out things that you otherwise couldn't do on your own. So yeah, it's pretty easy to be in sync with someone that knows you really well and that you work with all the time. So for example, Nevin and I are often feeling we're sharing the exact same wavelength when we're on client calls or figuring out things or having to deal with new creative solutions. But what happens when you are trying to get on the wavelength with someone that doesn't understand your world? What happens when you have to like get out of After Effects and talk to someone beyond keyframes? That's the type of problems that we deal with a lot, the type of multidisciplinary collaboration that is really apparent in our world. And it kind of brings up this idea of repackaging.
Right.
So for example, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. I was just gonna to pop in and say, like, I feel like this specific tenant might feel a little niche, like especially when thinking about, we're working with clients and we're working with our internal team, but like what might that look like for someone who's a SCAD student? And some examples of repackaging is what we call it, but like what that might look like is, how do you explain to your grandparents what you do? Or like, how would you tell someone who doesn't speak English, how would you explain the feeling of like feeling nostalgic? Or even just like describing the color red to someone who can't see. All of these things kind of bring that frame of mind of thinking about something through a different light and trying to take information and repackaging it in a different way. So this is where things start to get a little tricky. Suddenly trying to share a wavelength with someone that doesn't actually share a world with you. And I think that suddenly the challenge is more about repackaging that thought and sharing it in a way that can be understood. And we kind of do that in a few ways. The first of those, and this is just kind of talking about our progression as a studio and the types of work that we started out doing and eventually where we landed. So like, there are many ways to repackage our ideas and keep this integrity of our designs intact. So like over time, we've approached these different ways. The first of those being translation. And I think like a way that we like to work with people, we'll provide an example in a second, but like we work a lot with analogies and like bringing like keywords, sound effects. So if you like walk into our office, you'll always hear like what and like and hearing all these sound effects that try to explain how something might feel or look or animate. But another way that we try to do this when explaining across disciplines is trying to come up with analogies. Like if you were to try to explain a pre-comp to someone, it might look like, taking a sticky note and saying that like this sticky note is is my composition, and I want to pre-comp it onto this notebook. So whatever happens to this notebook is also going to happen to the pre-comp. So that's just an example of how we might do a translation. Handoffs, that looks a little bit more like taking what you're working on, packaging it up, and essentially trying to mitigate as much. So say we're working with an engineer or something, like this would mean taking an animation or design or something, packaging it up in a way that the engineer doesn't have to necessarily recreate it, but providing them assets that that help them do that. And then collaboration is kind of the last of these, and that is where we've been emerging as a studio, and I think especially just personally for Eddie and myself. And that's looking more like finding common ground with someone. You have to build something together as opposed to just handing something off or like giving them a brief. So this looks a lot more like finding common ground, actually learning the other person's discipline and doing some deep dives into that common ground together. So I'll hand it back over to Eddie to talk about our next project.
Yeah, before I move on, one of my favorite examples of stuff is we think about like IKEA. So like IKEA has like made a thing, and in order to like get it to your home with the integrity of the design intact and like the way it's supposed to look, everything's like packaged perfectly, and like all the tools are there and the instructions are there for you to like recreate that. And oftentimes, and we'll get into this later, like that type of handoff is I love that analogy. Speaking of translation, of like how that works. But all right, so let's talk about some work. To get like a basic understanding of like how this like multidisciplinary collaboration plays an important part in communication, like we want to go through a really common type of collaboration that I think everyone watching is likely to encounter, and that's working with a sound designer. Sound designers are experts in their field, and the same way like that we aim to master visual storytelling and apply the rules of timing and design and animation, sound designers are able to paint a sonic landscape that can sell a mood or an atmosphere. And more times than not, it feels like sound design and composition can really set a tone and drive the emotional storytelling aspect of our design work specifically. That's not narrative, it's systems, and it's like more analytical. And so we find a lot of value in that. And so often it's not who you're collaborating with that can be a challenge, but what you're collaborating on. And that's something that we found with this project called Drone Type. So a little background. For a few years now, we've been working with Firefly drone shows to put drones in the sky and animate and all these formations and choreograph these shows. And we'll get into that a little bit later in the talk. But right now I want to dive into a very specific problem that we were having, which was typography for drones. Our drone lead, Adam, was spending way too much time laying out type when it came to text and signage in the sky. So it could be anything from congratulations to a happy birthday to a thank you to a company name. He was having it just takes a lot of time to figure out exactly how many drones you're going to need and how much they need to be spaced apart. And oftentimes, in order to get a project through to a client, they needed to know, are we signing up for 200 drones or 500 drones? And so we knew that there had to be a faster way to do this. The solution was simple but very effective. We need a typeface for drones. So it was something that we were able to develop, and our designer Josh and Adam worked in tandem to create this thing. And it was like, great, man, this is really gonna be it, right? We put together this little tool that would even count the drones live for us. There's 3 different weights, and so we would be able to get back to clients immediately with an estimate of how many drones we'll need. We made sure that it could scale across different amounts of drones at different fidelities, and that it was kind of reactive, because when you say drone show, it's you can see it on video, but when you're there in person and you realize it's 500-foot tall formation, it's kind of a big deal. So great, like super cool, guys. Like, what does it have to do with sound design? Well, drones can be a fairly technical process, and it can be really tricky to communicate the ins and outs of all the problem solving that you did when you want to share those findings. So for us, it meant putting together a case study video to kind of tell that story. And we knew that sound design and composition was going to be super important to drive that emotional, drive the emotion part of it and the drama and sort of like the breakthrough that came in developing this typeface. So the main question now becomes like, okay, so how do we communicate beyond the keyframes? And honestly, like sometimes you just start real simple. Like it can be as easy as writing it down. What do you want to hear? Like, what are the references? Like, what are the words that come to mind, right? This type, and you guys probably do this already, but like this type of exercise, like forces you and your team to articulate what it is that you're looking for. With sound design, I'm not a sound expert, so obviously I'm working with someone that is, and like we're trying to build a mood. And in our case, it was a challenge to try and find the right sound for drones. They're technical, it's a lot of calculation, but when you see it in person, it's really a grand experience. It feels ethereal and alien. It feels like a dance. It feels like a choreography. So there was this interesting like balance of things that were overlapping in order to kind of get the right feel. Sometimes you just have to use the tools that you have. Pick up a pencil and draw it out. Like we're working in a visual medium, and sometimes you just need to illustrate what it is that you're talking about. Again, taking a screenshot right from the brief. An exercise that we like to do is almost set kind of like the emotional excitement level like across a track and kind of a chart. We like our charts. We like nerding out about stuff, but really like the exercise here is forcing everybody to be clear on like what the journey, and in this case, like sort of that excitement level is going to follow through this video. Now, whether or not this is actually helpful for a sound designer is one thing. Every sound designer and like every working relationship is different. So that's kind of the point. You need to find what works to like package what's in your head, out of your mouth, and into somebody's ears. But at the very least, we found these types of exercises like really helpful because it makes sure that everyone's aligned, not only in your team, but kind of anyone else that might be peeking in. So anyways, without further ado, maybe we can switch to full screen here, and we'd love to share with you the drone type case study. It is a work in progress, but we're going to show it anyways.
Awesome. So I love that video. Thanks for sharing that, Eddie. We're going to now talk a little bit about handoffs, and that's kind of like that IKEA packaging idea that Eddie mentioned. So, like he mentioned, we had the chance to work with like great sound designers on projects like Drone Type, but eventually we had to start working with developers and interactive designers, which is like kind of an entirely different problem for an entirely different world, actually, and that would be the world of digital products. Let me show you a little bit about what that looks like. So in motion graphics, we're kind of used to working in the format of video, which is something that's linear with a beginning and end like this. But with digital products, this kind of meant we were no longer working in a linear timeline. Sometimes it loops back, sometimes it ends up in a little corner. And I think this turned into more of a complex web of animations, and learning this workflow, I think, was an adjustment for all of us, and figuring out how to like connect these pieces seamlessly. And a good example of this work outside of a 16:9 frame is this project we did for Ford, which was creating a visualization of a digital assistant. Move on to the next slide. And I think like creating something that isn't necessarily just modularly reactive to voice, but also isn't distracting to drivers as they're navigating the road, which is a kind of a problem in and of itself.
Call Henry.
Which Henry?
Henry Smith.
Okay, calling Henry Smith.
So work like this, really working with developers and trying to find animation outside of a typical environment really helped us also with projects like creating the glow system for the Google Assistant. If you can move on to the next slide for me. And like one of those learnings that we were able to apply was that not only do you have to communicate well with stakeholders on the client side, and but also you have to communicate well with the engineers. So like you have to create rules around the animations and designs that you're creating, but also trying to over communicate those rules to account for that kind of gap in worlds, you know. And I think another good example of a digital product could even be as simple as a clock. And this right here is a clock that we helped animate for Google. This is on Google Nest Hubs. But even a clock could be more complex when you lift up the hood. So like this is an example. This is a clock face that we created motion spec for early on at Hubs. And we learned that working with software engineers, we couldn't just hand over MP4 or AE files like we'd been used to in traditional MoGraph. Like this kind of work, you didn't necessarily meet in the middle as you necessarily would with a sound designer or other traditional broadcast work. This was not necessarily 50-50. You kind of have to dive in and look at and protect the work that you'd created, the nuance of the creative. So, you know, an example of this is like, we basically had to put together an entire guidebook on how to recreate our animations in code, down to each keyframe and ease curve. But one of the great things about working with tech companies is that there are innovations that aid in our workflow. So like, this is an example, like one of those many innovations was Lottie. Lottie is a vector-based file format that plays back animations as live code. And what's one of the great things about Lottie is that it can be easily implemented by developers. So this kind of next step in implementing animations with engineers. And even though we couldn't be, you know, handing over After Effects files or MP4s like we would in traditional broadcast media, working with a library like Lottie allowed us to at least package up our work and preserve the creative nuances of the animation. We also had the opportunity to collaborate with the Google Nest team, creating animations for out-of-box experiences for the products. We developed a design language to show various levels of fidelity for something as simple as plugging a device into a wall, as you can see on the left, or as complex as setting up a thermostat, as you can see on the right. And these animations were the perfect use case for using Lottie. Lottie allowed us to craft lightweight animations that were small file sizes and were already living in code, so engineers could just kind of take it and plug it in. And one of the nice things about like seeing these new technologies and workflows come in through Hobbs, it kind of allowed us to tinker a little bit and play with the different technologies and workflows that were coming in as well. And so we found some relationships within the code of these lightweight animations and tried to figure out like what the differences were, and I think through that tinkering, we were able to create this tool called Opal. And Opal is a tool that essentially allows you to create your own custom lightweight icon set. And so you can change the color, duration, but actually this case study video will explain it a little bit better than I can. So if we can switch over to full screen, I'll show that now.
Sweet. So now switching gears a little bit, I want to talk about this idea of a common ground. I told you we'd come back to drones, and this is that time. So when Firefly drone show, we knew, we had like been chatting with them, and I think there was interest in seeing how we could collaborate, but it wasn't until we had a kind of an official conversation and ask about like, is there a way that we can systemize drone shows? Is there a way that we can create a proper workflow for animating formations and actually improving on the current techniques that were available to us, or to them really? And it was a really exciting and interesting challenge, but a challenge for sure. It was not always easy. And sometimes when we talk about multidisciplinary collaboration, we sort of are like, okay, well, like I'm gonna be working with a graphic designer or an advertising person, or like it's sort of related, but like what happens when your worlds are truly far apart? In this case, you had us, we know motion and we like to tinker, I guess. And you had the drone people, and like their whole world is like super technical and scientific. And so we had to find a common ground. There had to be somewhere we could start. And here we are, we know motion, we know animation and timing and storytelling, we know about blocking. And then you have Firefly, and they know drones. They're thinking about FAA regulations and speed limits, making sure that their drones aren't colliding, and firmware. And so for a while, it's like you kind of scratch your head thinking, okay, there's got to be something. I mean, how can I connect here? How is the craft going to get through then to the execution? And what we realized eventually was like, okay, there's something. There's 3D, right? Like there's coordinates, there's Cinema 4D, and you guys are using your stuff, and like there has to be a way to like translate that, right? And even just getting that 1 inch is just like super helpful, because it gives you a place to start. Now I could keep going and word vomit all about this, but we have I think a better, more concise way of explaining this. So we could switch to full screen again. I'll just let our case study speak for itself. Nice. Um, so we were able to do it, and we started putting up some shows and working together with Firefly to do all sorts of really neat things. But all of a sudden, it was like, man, that's really great. Like, can we make it better? You know, how can we improve? Like, it feels like you found that common ground. You start to do those first few things, and now, you know, this partnership is looking really promising, and people are like wanting more. And so this question comes in, and for us, you know, as artists, like we strive to a lot of times it's entertainment and wonder and create interest, and so we want, you know, that's an exciting question, like how can we make it better? But on their end, you know, on the tech end, sometimes you it can be really, it's a lot more effort. You know, it's very easy to say, oh, make it, you know, make it light up like this, and now they're like, okay, do we do that, or do we continue working on making the drones faster? So in the case that you find yourself in sort of a work relationship where it's sort of the ball's in their court, like you're providing a lot of inspiration and ideas, and you, like, the important thing is you have to create buy-in. And this is huge, like professionally or in your own personal projects or in collaborating at any level, because creating buy-in is really how you can get people on board with your ideas, right? Nevin mentioned this sort of earlier. Like, one of the biggest benefits of understanding someone else's discipline is being able to support them and making sure that your ideas are more attractive, and in the name of keeping the integrity of the design. So in our case, in this case anyways, we were a little out of our depth and needed to rely on that back and forth to sort of demonstrate the benefits of putting in the effort towards supporting new features. And what we had to do is, you know, you have to bring solutions, not problems, to the party, right? So, you know, we start kind of thinking about, well, okay, so how can, you know, what else can we do? So we start kind of like pushing and testing things, and you know, visualizing ideas, and suddenly it's like, man, if only we could get the drones to, you know, light up at 24 frames per second instead of 6 frames per second, we could get some really smooth, beautiful, like lighting, you know, simulations. So you start playing with that, and they're like, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we could really use that in our show. So let's, okay, that's really dynamic. Okay, so let's try that. So we get to do that. Then they kind of throw back to us, like, you know, how can we better use, how can we be more efficient and cinematic about our drone use? And it's like, well, now it's our turn. Like, what can we do? So we start thinking about blocking, you know, like how could we use like obscure and sort of like typical like geometry techniques. So here you kind of can see that there's like the car of the body, or the body of the car is kind of like turning off or like hidden behind the wheels. And as this whole like Indy car starts like turning in space, you start to see like suddenly like those back tires start to come up. So you almost create these like optical illusions. So like, that's cool. Like, that's something we can do. So like, what else can we do? Oh man, well, let's get like really like trippy and weird with the visuals. Like, let's really give audiences like something brand new to look at. So this is exciting. And then it gets like, and then like as that partnership builds, you're able to really get at like some really dope stuff. This was a project that we did 2020, I think, or yeah. So this was a music video for High in Heaven by Vowels, and using all sorts of techniques, we were able basically to motion cap the singer's head, map it to drones, and fly it, and then have it sort of lip sync with the song, and you know, and it was dope. And it's like, it was like that back and forth and sort of that trust and that common, you know, even just that little bit of common ground that like eventually gets you to a point where like, okay, we can work together now. Like, we don't exactly always know how it's going to do it, but we figured out some stuff before. Like, it gives you the encouragement to put aside like any kind of differences, kind of like stick your head out of cinema and figure stuff out together. Which is where that real value comes in of like, I'm not just solving like technical problems, but I'm understanding your world, and I can see where like your bottlenecks are and where your hurdles are. And so like, what can I do to better that situation? Certainly you are an animator or a motion designer, but like the impact of those decisions and the impact of working together goes way beyond just hitting render and, you know, sending the Dropbox link. One small like funny tidbit is, you know, all the work that we do is like we get really proud of, and we get like really, you know, nerd out over all these things. But a really important point that Nevin reminds me of often is remember the problem you're trying to solve, like not the one that you end up giving yourself. And this is so true for drones. You know, I just went through all these cool little like techniques that we've like worked on and figured out. And the irony is that there is one drone formation that time after time gets the biggest applause, and that's this one. The American flag. People go nuts for this. And I think what's funny is like one of the aspects of our work is that you end up, a lot of the things that we do ends up in front of someone's eyes, and somebody's phone, on someone's screen. And like you really need to start to consider that like there is a collaboration, and this idea of being on the same wavelength, it's true for like your audience too. And something that we realized like in doing drones is like most drone shows happen sort of around July 4th or New Year's, a time where we also see a lot of fireworks. So when you play a drone show in the summertime and people are outside watching it, there's this weird like connection to the 4th of July. So when the American flag goes up, people go nuts. And we laugh at it, but it's also like a good reminder like of remembering like who the audience is, and why these shows are getting better and who they're getting better for. You're not just designing for designers, but there is a user on the other end, or an audience, or a viewer of some sort that's the content is for. So this sort of like idea of wavelengths goes through from just collaborating with your immediate team or clients or whatever, but all the way through to the final product. But anyways, to sort of like wrap things up, before we dive into like a bit of a Q&A, just like a reminder, Nevin and I, it wasn't that long ago that we were sitting where you guys are, and really thinking about where we were headed, and the work that we were putting together and wanted to present to the world, and what that meant and what it said about us. And I know for me, ever since I was sitting in your seats, kind of anxiously preparing and pulling all-nighters for my interviews, my biggest worry was being a generalist. I felt like I did not have the one thing that I was like really good at. But what I was interested in was applying the rules of motion, everything I had learned to alternative formats, anything outside of a rectangle, projection mapping or interactive projects, installations. I wasn't good enough to be a cell animation expert or a 3D master or anything like that. Although kudos to those of you that are, because I'm jealous and it's amazing. But if you're not, and you're like me, and you're like, well, I have kind of a variety of things because I'm interested in things, I encourage you to embrace that, but embrace that with purpose. One of the biggest things that we talk about and that we personally look for is T-shaped designers. Of all the work that I've ever gotten to do, my favorite has always been when I'm sitting around at the lunch table with UI and UX designers, or architects, or developers, strategists, my producers. I find so much value and intrigue in people that are able to communicate and kind of bring a depth of knowledge in their field to the table with an understanding of the disciplines around them. And that's what being a T-shaped means. It's you have this like one deep understanding. In this case, it could be motion, and a good understanding and appreciation of relevant things. And it's super helpful because understanding and having a familiarity with those adjacent topics makes it so much easier to have these problem solving communication sort of like wavelengths with other people. You've all heard the phrase jack of all trades is a master of none, but a lot of times we don't hear the second half of it, oftentimes better than a master of one. You can't be a specialist, or even if you are, keep yourself curious, open-minded to new workflows and ideas. I think you'll be surprised how much you'll learn and adapt to these new ideas, and find fresh inspiration when giving yourself the opportunity to like look at things from a different perspective. Suddenly your inspiration doesn't just come from a Vimeo link, but it's coming from books or sources that other architects might look at, or sound designers might listen to. Anyways, with that, that's the news. Big shout out, by the way, to Jay Kuzak, who helped us design and put all this together. You can catch her on Panimation Instagram, actually. She's been hosting all week, so shout out to her.
Yeah, can you, Eddie, can you bring us to the next slide? If you guys want to check us out online, these are some places to find us. And I think we're probably going to take a quick, maybe like minute break or so, just so we can get some water, chill out. But on the next slide, there will be just another reminder of that that Pigeonhole link where you guys can ask us for the Q&A. There's some really good questions in there already. See them popping in, and yeah, we're excited to jump into those. But yeah, we're gonna grab some water and get ready for the Q&A.
Yeah, we'll be back in a sec.
Hey everybody, we're back to answer some questions. We've got some really good ones in here, and I think we'll probably start at the top. And Eddie, I'll probably actually let you take this one unless you want me to. But the question is, what have been the biggest challenges in working with UX motion and micro interactions? This is a pretty good question. I like it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, I'll say the biggest thing that we talk about when working with any kind of UX or UI thing is restraint. We are really hard on making sure that every little move, every little keyframe, it has purpose. And there's sort of a balance. We were actually just talking about this yesterday. Like there's a balance between decoration and delight, as I see it. So decoration is any extra secondary movement or thing or like confetti that you're adding in there just to like get someone's attention, versus delight, which is when you're working with something, you want it to do the thing you want it to do. Are you trying to open up a new tab? Are you trying to delete a tab? Are you like all these little those micro interactions? Like if they can be functional and do the thing, but also kind of give you a wink or something unexpected, a little something extra, then it's delightful, but it still works. What you don't want to do is overdo it. And I think being able to balance how much that is, like how much restraint that you can add and still make it something that feels like it's on brand and has personality and there's character to it and like all the nuances of animation, like that balance is really tricky. Um, and I think that can be really challenging. Like sometimes you might feel like what you're making is like, is this boring? And it's not, because if it's going to play 100 times a day, you're going to tire somebody out with like the same little bounce sometimes. But if it's really considered and you really take the time to think about it and consider like you as the user, that's where certainly that little bits of nuance come through beautifully, and you feel like something was like crafted and well thought out and not just overly decorated with icing and confetti and cherry on top. Sometimes you just need a cherry.
Totally. Yeah, that's a good answer. That's better than what I would have given. The next question is asking about non-traditional collaboration. So the question is, how do these non-traditional collaborations and projects usually begin? Does Hobbs reach out to new clients about a wild idea or vice versa? And I think like, at least my answer to this, I'm also curious what you have to say, Eddie, but like, it's actually a pretty good mix of both. And I think we find that with strategic partnerships, we're able to kind of have that back and forth more often than just traditional client relationships. I think this also plays into an answer to another question that we'll come to eventually. But like, as far as like client works, it usually ends up being, starts out as just here's a brief, here's what we want you to do, and as we tend to like continue to build trust and understanding of each other's workflow, and especially as we like start to really understand what each other's goals are, like we as a studio really want to get better at blank, and whether it's a client or a friend or whatever, what their goals are too, we're able to like start recommending ideas that we know that the other person or the other party might be interested in. I feel like that's really where the cool stuff starts to begin, where like we're actually converging into one team rather than the traditional client studio relationship.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of that and say that a lot of the Hobbs sort of family like goes on deep dives. They're like, I think we all kind of obsess over something, and it's when you kind of like able to like deep dive and pull something out, be like, that's interesting. Like, what if we combine it with this other random thing? Like, how does animation play a part in that? And that's kind of where we go back to our initial mission statement, which is like, if you get the animator as early in the process as possible, you're not just getting a design and being told to like make it work. It's like you're an integral part of seeing how animation can be involved in that. And one of those ways is like we were talking about like getting buy-in. And when you approach a client or somebody else and like, why would we animate this? This is going to complicate everything. It's like, well, let me give you some actual valuable ideas. Like animation is directive. It can lead your eye and it can communicate non-verbally, which means it can be globalized and you don't need language or words or text. So anything that can be said with a ball and a square and a triangle that I just move around, there's so much value in being able to like have something be so concise and simple versus having to, globalize and do the same thing in 18 different languages. Now, sometimes that's what you need, but, again, it's about getting that buy-in. And so we try and work with kind of different types of things and fields and products and stuff. And like, that's a big part of like that collaboration aspect. and not being scared of like, how am I going to do it? But like, we'll find a way. It's just being like the exposure to it.
Totally. Yeah. All right, we'll move on to the next question. This one is, how have you adjusted your approach to repackaging your language since remote communication has become more prevalent? And I love this question because I feel like it, especially in 2020, was like the story of my life and yours too, I'm sure. But yeah, I definitely feel like precise language, even when working in the same discipline, like specifically on our team, like it's easy to be like, oh yeah, make that bounce, and like that could mean literally anything, you know. But finding precise language that connects to a feeling or momentum, or you know, like bringing additional precise words, and also like scheduling check-ins and stuff like that. I think like, as I'm sure you guys have experienced on like group projects and stuff like that, it's sometimes you can say, hey, do blank, and you know, we'll check in at the end of the day or whatever, and then the end of the day comes and it's like a different color, or it's like a completely diverged from where we were supposed to be, just because of the lack of being next to each other, which I know we really miss. So for me, repackaging my language has looked a lot like trying to take whatever I have to say and going through like 3 levels of clarification with myself before actually sending, and yeah, trying to be precise as possible. What about you, Eddie?
You know, honestly, it's funny because it affected us more internally, like you said, about being direct, because you give someone some feedback, you won't talk again for 5 hours, and you're not in the same room to kind of look, you know, share a screen and hang out, you know, on a stool and sort of talk about something at length. Like our time is limited with each other when everyone's remote. But funnily enough, before going remote, you know, we're in Detroit and a lot of our clients are on the coast. So a lot of our communication was already primed for being able to like manage calls and relationships remotely. I think it's just being aware of like time zones, and making that extra effort to for that handoff. Like what are you going to need, and anticipating the needs of who you're working with. It's not impossible. It was happening before, you know, everyone really truly went remotely, but it's like clarity, you know, it's making sure everyone's on the same page. So whatever you need to do that, like that's what we do. But it's a good question for sure.
Yeah,
Someone
I
asked
love
if
that
we
one.
high five. Someone asked if we high five during our 1 minute break. We can't because we're not in the same room, but remotely, we know that we would have high fived.
Mentally, we high fived. Let's see another question. What kind of things does Hobbs do for fun to create a tight knit community? Who says we're tight knit? No, I'm just kidding. That's a great question.
You can take it.
Yeah, I'll speak to it just a little bit, and I'll let you take the rest. I feel like a lot of it came from not forcing it. I think a lot of our connection to each other really became really organically, and having similar interests in a big way, and starting to like share interests. And the more, I feel like the more that we share, we end up sharing about ourselves, we realize the more we have in common. And I think that sharing leads to a lot of you know, Nintendo nights, and being able to go do races at pool parties, and like foot races. And yeah, I think a lot of stuff just feels very organic, and comes out of like being on the same wavelength. Sorry, I had to go there. You go ahead.
Done, like, yeah, I mean, we've done, you know, pool parties, or we've gone to amusement parks together. It's like we definitely like make time for those opportunities to like really bond. We're also really lucky. Our sister studio is Gunner. So they're next door to us. And then there's another, you might have heard of them, Box Fort, which is a group of excellent freelancers that kind of work together and collaborate with each other. So between the three kind of entities, all being really nearby, we're able to kind of foster like a really fun environment of like learning and not only improving technically, but just like people that kind of understand your world and can jive with. And there's just such a like nice cross pollination of ideas and work that happens. So it really helps to value like not only your team, but like even like the greater kind of motion community where we are, which is Detroit. So sort of like, wherever you land after school, like definitely be on the lookout because like for the most part, the motion graphics community is really welcoming and collaborative and welcoming and stuff. So I think we're very lucky to be a part of that. It's bigger than us for sure.
And just to give us a quick time check, we have 5 minutes left. I think we have maybe time for one or two more questions. So I'm going to read this one off. If we have time for one more, then I'll read that one off as well. But yeah, I'll start with this one, which I think would be really good for you, Eddie. Question is, how do you leverage all of the R&D put into drones into getting new projects without becoming a one-trick pony? How did the experience around the drones inform new screen-based projects?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. We don't just do drones. There's definitely like different tiers and branches of the type of work that we touch, but it all kind of comes down to having a sort of like a reason for why it's moving in the first place. Like I think that's a big reason why our clients like to work with us and why we get the type of work that we do. So all the R&D that you put into drones, it's very specific, but really what's really happening there is like you're creating like tools and solutions for the people that are going to carry those out. So again, like it doesn't just end with like I rendered it, it's done, but like really improving the workflow in sort of typically a new area. So whether it's Lottie or digital products or drones or motion toolkit or branding or whatever, a lot of the work with do what it has in common is like how can I give you the tools to sell it to your higher ups, to make sure that it's going to work in the future, to make sure that it can scale. Like that's really the kind of thinking that ends up happening. And the way that it's manifested is through keyframes and through animation. And like that's just, that's the way that we, you know, find interest in doing those things. But sometimes it's really specific and it is just like this is like just a drones thing, but other times it's like, wow, we needed to write a custom script for this, so that's interesting. Like we've been doing a lot more programming, or we've been working with a developer a lot more. Like how would they apply drones to this other thing, or how would this person that is like a really good illustrator like react to drones? And so making those connections and kind of like finding those relationships where you might not typically, like that's where the real value is. And whether it's a screen-based project or not, the approach remains the same. Like why is it moving? Does it have purpose? And what's the goal here? I think that's just like how we try and approach it.
Yeah, I feel like I actually hadn't thought about it this way until you mentioned it, but I feel like our clients come to us for like putting an animator in the driver's seat where it's not expected, but like our then approach to that is putting someone else alongside us. So like whether it's someone who makes custom plugins for Unreal, or someone who an illustrator who specializes in 3D, or just whatever it may be, like putting someone alongside us in the driver's seat to like try to get some celebrity shots in there. And
or even like hiring, we've like put a muralist alongside sort of like an icon design project, like
right.
we kind of like to bring people that have a definite the strength that we need, but also complemented by a totally off kilter other thing that they can bring to the table that like makes the process way more unique. That's a good question.
I thought so too. Yeah. But I do think that is all the time we have for questions. Thank you guys so much again, SCAD, for having us, and especially the CoMotion folks. Like, big shout outs to Alex, Caleb, and Mary Beth, like, for putting up with us and helping us along the way. Super honored to be here, and thanks again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had. Very much alike. All right. I'll tell you the
I'm hypnotized. do that again.
All right, let's bring that beat back. Yeah.
Good. All right. Welcome to CoMotion and this afternoon's panel. My name is Brandon Sugiyama. I'm a new professor here at SCAD and in the MOME department. Very excited to be here. First year CoMotion, but I have heard about this event for many, many years, working with my colleagues who are all SCAD alumni in New York. So today we've got a great panel for you. We're talking about two topics that are somewhat related. It's pushing ideas through collaboration and discipline variety. So first off, I'd like to introduce our guests. We have four from all over the world, in fact. Our first is Jamie Justin. She is a project lead and senior designer animator with Block and Tackle, and she's joining us from Brooklyn, New York. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, hello.
Nice. Next up is Jack Yue Wang, who is joining us from the other side of the planet, from Shenzhen, China. He is a 3D visual effects and game designer from Tencent Games. Jack, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Next up, we have Justin Meredith, joining us from Los Angeles, California on the West Coast. He's a creative director at Sibling Rivalry. Justin, welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
And our fourth and final guest is Pedro Sanchez, joining us from windy and chilly Chicago. He is a creative director focusing on immersive and interactive experiences at Envoy. Pedro, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. No, thank you for having us.
Awesome. So as I mentioned, this panel is about pushing ideas through collaboration and also discipline variety. So I'll just read off a little bit. As creatives, we are always looking for new ways to broaden our horizons and discover new outlooks. So we'll be talking about collaborations with teams and also the variety of skill sets that fuels creativity and amplifies the scope of the projects that we work on. So the first question is, when I speak to my students, I tell them to go out and find great examples of motion design, and I tell them the normal places, Motionographer and Stash Media and Behance and Vimeo. So this first question is, where do you look for inspiration? And specifically, where do you look for inspiration when you're trying to break out of that usual bubble, trying to find things that other people aren't looking for or looking at? Jamie, would you like to start? Where are your go-to places, your secret spots?
Oh, I don't have any great secret spots when it comes to like design and animation. I love a Pinterest. I really like to go deep on Pinterest a lot. Yeah. If you use it right, it's really great. And one of my coworkers just showed us that Arena site, which I'm sure all the young kids know about, but that is a really cool way to find inspiration. But then when I'm feeling really stuck, I've been finding like having true hobbies lately, and especially things that are in no way like traditional, like design, animation, illustration, drawing, away from those, and even just getting into like other fields. I've been really interested in like sewing and woodworking, kind of doing a deeper dive into those fields, and without trying to like specialize in them has been bringing me a lot more inspiration lately. Things that are a little bit more hands-on, more practical. It's given me a little bit of like a boost of life when it comes to my design and animation practice. So just like kind of trying to get completely away from design and animation tends to reinvigorate my creativity, I think.
Nice. And are those pandemic hobbies, or are those things that you kind of revisited from childhood, or?
I think a little bit pandemic related. It didn't happen at the very beginning. It's kind of been in the last few months that I've realized I needed to shake up my life a little bit, get off the computer. I mean, especially now that so many things are not in person, I think having some sort of hands-on creativity it really helped to get me out of my head. I think being on the computer all day long and not having like personal relationships as often, it was really getting me stuck in my practice for design and animation. So just shaking it up and getting a little deeper into what other people are passionate about without trying to become an expert in it has felt really good.
Nice. Awesome. Pedro, what about you? Where do you go for your inspiration?
You know what? We also use Pinterest quite a bit. Pinterest is a thing, and the thing about Pinterest, couple of good things. Well, one good thing, one maybe negative thing. One good thing is you can break away from your discipline, right? Like the algorithm takes a life on its own and you start clicking things and it starts like showing you and like, it's like choose your own adventure type of thing. But that's also negative because you could just waste hours. Like we call it, I don't know, Jamie, if you have a name for it, but we call it the Pinterest hole. Like,
Yeah.
so yeah, that one's fun. But another thing that I try to do is the subject matter that I'm working with, right? So I worked on a project for Verizon, and it had a lot to do with communication, communication through the spectrum, communication through fiber optics. So I looked at what is the common thing about it, electromagnetic field, light, and I started using light as an inspiration for that project. So I also try to focus on what is of subject matter. Is there's something there that I can kind of like, you know, center my concept, my designs around it.
Interesting. Okay. So Pinterest, I wrote it down. I'm going to have to get into that. I used to use Pinterest and I stopped using it. Now maybe it's coming back. Good to know. Jack, what about you? Where do you look for inspiration?
Me is very different because now my job is about game motion design. So there's two things I really use. First, playing game. That's a very useful way. Playing game.
You're doing research, right? You're not playing, right?
Yeah. We are found inspiration from game, not just playing. So So in the game, we were found how the motion works in the like something like user experience. That's the most big point. And another part for me is very interesting is about in our company we have an apartment called Tencent School, and they will organize large number of workshops every week. The presenter from everywhere, such as like economics and artists and designers. And for me, I'm very interested about economic and artists. For example, I was inspired by a economics workshop which researched about the value of NFT. And then I minted one of my 3D motion work as an NFT, and it sold a good price. So I mean, inspiration for me is not about just the motion work. It's about everything about my life and from my life. So I was inspired by my life. Yeah.
I recently heard a quote somewhere. I don't know who said it, but he said, "In order to be good at your career, good at one thing, make sure you have a life outside of that career." Like so important.
Yeah.
So important. Yeah. Justin, what about you? Where are you looking? Where do you find inspiration?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel similar to all of you. I'm a huge fan of all the online resources. I definitely get lost in dark holes and black holes of inspiration and just trying to like, where's that perfect picture? Where's the perfect picture? And you just keep going. And then you're like, is it 3 a.m? But I think I'd be lying if I said I knew one perfect way, but definitely getting away from the computer. And I agree with you, Jamie. It's just like tactile things. I also got into woodworking. That was my pandemic hobby. I got obsessed with making picture frames and just trying to build things because it was like there was a time to do stuff, and it was so rewarding to just be like to not have an undo button, and you were like, oh shoot, I cut that wrong. I can't. Oh, it's ruined. But I'm a pretty committed photographer too. Outside of that's my side hustle, I guess you could say. And I think that for me is really humbling because it's super hard to create a strong image, and just going through that, and I think photography grounds me, and it just gets me out of like the digital world and just being in nature, exercising, just getting away from the computer. And if you're stuck with an idea when you're in front of your computer, just not trying to force it. Just be like, what, I gotta take a break and just go do something else and forget about work for a second and then come back.
Yeah, nice. So while the rest of the world got into baking, motion designers got into woodworking. Trend we're seeing here. Okay, woodworking. Yeah. I'm going to try that out this summer. Woodworking. This is a follow-up question. So when you're looking for inspiration and when you find stuff, how do you organize it? Are you just making different boards on Pinterest? Are you saving things into folders? Are you taking photos with your phone? How do you keep track of all the inspiration? I'll open this up to anybody who wants to answer.
It's a good question. I think it's also by project. I like Milanote a lot because you can organize by project, and you just kind of like build little boards, or like, you know, like whatever service you want to use to just build boards and organize things. But like for Pinterest, I just have like a billion boards that are named weird things.
Board for every like project, and then for every category of inspiration. Love Pinterest. It's great.
Nice.
I use Miro lately. Miro, Figma. Figma is I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. It's a like UX UI tool. A lot of just, you know, bringing images into Figma, organizing them, start finding those commonalities, seeing what works, what doesn't. So yeah, anything where you can just lay them down, and especially now in a way that you can kind of share with someone else and collaborate with them.
Interesting.
Yeah, I also used to use Figma too, because Figma, you know, can like a lot of designers can work together to make the mood boards, and we can talk here and write comments. That's more convenient than Pinterest. Yeah.
Interesting. So using Figma, which is actually for like UI design, but like using it for your
actually now in our company we try to drop Photoshop, use Figma.
Wow.
Replace Photoshop. Try to drop the Photoshop. It's too heavy. Figma can work everywhere, and even every laptop, even you don't have the license from Adobe.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it's online tool.
Yeah. All right, great answers, everybody. Appreciate your sharing your secrets now with the world. Now it's all of our secrets. Next question, I wanted to start off with Pedro. I know you've worked with interactive and experiential kinds of things. This question is, what are some unexpected fields or unexpected projects where you've integrated motion graphics? You know, typically students that are learning motion graphics, it's on a 16:9 screen, it's 2D animation, title design, show packages, but now motion graphics can be anywhere. So,
no, absolutely.
Some projects?
I mean, we do that often. Like, you know, our work is so multidisciplinary that more often than not, it's like multiple disciplines coming together. But I would say the most unexpected and my favorite one is we were working for this big healthcare company. We can't reveal the name, but we did a glass wall. It was about 50 feet long, and we added. It's called Smart Film. We added. It's a film that you put on glass that, when there's electricity passing through, it becomes transparent. Without electricity, it's opaque. And we etched. I think it was like 216 triangles across this entire film. And then we were able to animate those triangles. They became pixels. So we were able to take After Effects animations, bring them into a touch designer application that was converting that animation into DMX code, and then making that glass come to life. It's probably one of my favorite projects of like just trying to bring something that it felt very physical and is, you know, architectural in nature, but animating it, making it come to life. So yeah, I would say that's probably been the most unexpected one.
Wow. So Pedro, you just mentioned Touch Designer. For the people in the audience that don't know what Touch Designer is, what is it and how do you use it?
So Touch Designer is a framework, a interactive framework that you can create. You can code with it, and you can code with it visually. That's the one thing that really makes it apart. It's real time, so everything is just happening on the video card. Doesn't render stuff, and you can do a lot of things that you could do in After Effects and other animation packages. But it's all through node programming visually, and it just renders in real time. And when it comes to experiential activations, Touch Designer, Unity, Unreal, they're becoming the ultimate thing that plays back the creative, whether it's bringing in motion graphics, videos pre-rendered, or even geometry in real time. Those tools are becoming kind of like the thing that runs on the computers that ultimately drives the pixels to the screens.
Got it. And Jack, I'm guessing working in games, there must have been some interesting integrations with motion graphics. Can you share?
Yes, game. So the main tool we use is Unreal Engine, and so why use Unreal Engine is very interesting. Interesting because Unreal Engine, as a motion designer in Unreal Engine, you don't need code. You can use a plug-in code. It's not plug-in. It's a part of Unreal Engine. It's called UMG, and you can make your animation as a interactive engine. So when you make your when you done your motion design, and the engineer can use your motion design to, into the interactive part. So which brought our work, right? Because at the beginning, our motion design is like the video, but now it's like a button, it's like a interactive function. So Unreal Engine is very powerful, and also for Unreal Engine, we are trying to use it for virtual, because now a lot of like living is virtual, it's not on ground, right? So Unreal is also a very powerful way to make our motion design work. We work with engineer and together to make a build a living. Yeah.
Interesting. Jamie, what about you? Any standout projects integrating motion graphics with other platforms?
You know, I don't have a ton of like technical experience with like bringing in other platforms in that way. The thing that came to mind though with this question was earlier on in my career, I was working at Comedy Central for a while and working really closely with you know, writers and comedians who there were very low budgets. But you know, I had big design aspirations. They had zero context for bringing that much design into their projects. So that was really fun and interesting, working so closely with people who don't know anything about the design world and showing them all of the things that can be done, how much design and animation could help support their jokes and not just be this like flashy thing that happens, and really kind of becoming a comedian my own way, being able to like tell jokes and support the content without overshadowing it. So that was really fun, and being able to work closely with writers and make their words come to life, that's really rewarding, and is a different experience than when you're working with people who all have the same design knowledge. They know what they want. These people don't typically know what they want out of the design, and you get to like really bring things to life, which is fun.
Nice, nice. I worked on a comedy show called Patriot Act, and I had a similar experience. Being able to create graphics that help deliver that punchline was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Justin, what about you? Any projects integrating motion graphics in a new or novel way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, I mean, just off the bat, I think that's the cool part about motion graphics is that it's, you know, it truly is the best, you know, the most mixed media friendly kind of medium there is. And I think it can sort of be anything as long as it makes sense. And, you know, there's a great idea or strategy or whatever you're trying to achieve paired to it. But I mean, if for new things that is definitely Unreal, I think it's fascinating, and just the mixture of live action and virtual sets, and you know, just doing similar workflows to where you know how they shot The Mandalorian, and just like the virtual green screen sets, and just figuring out all these new worlds. I mean, just like how much you can do and how much you can expand storytelling with Unreal is super exciting. And we've done a few like small projects with it, but you know what I think was really cool. What is cool about Unreal is that we're able to build very realistic, hyper detailed, you know, environments. And then once they were built, we could run the camera multiple ways, and just it was real time and it was done. And just that side of it, just like, you know, it's a world that's there that you can repeat and run a million ways.
Interesting. So several of you mentioned Unreal. Peter, you mentioned Touch Designer. how do you build teams of people that have those skill sets? Are you looking for people with experience in Unreal and Touch Designer, or are you looking for people that are just good motion designers, good creative thinkers, and then teaching them those skills?
It's a priority. I think on the engineering side, so in our shop, we are kind of a little bit separated for engineers, but we do look for people that have a mix, right? So we have plenty of engineers that do have a motion background or started as motion artists. And I know that a lot of times they, you know, if we want someone with specific programming language background, but they have more focus on another one, I think that's okay, and kind of helping them grow. Pretty much similarly as well in motion and in design. It's not necessarily like, let's find someone that has this specific platform or tool background, but more about the aptitude, the skill sets that go beyond a program, beyond a platform, beyond an application. I think that's more important than what tool they currently use.
Interesting. Justin, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I would agree. It's just like anything. It's just the artists that are behind the program making the aesthetic decisions and the design choices and using that, using Unreal as a design tool. And yeah, I think it's just like anything else. It's just learning a new platform and just how much Unreal can do and how exciting just that is as a new medium and a new way to communicate.
Interesting. Nice. Jamie, I have a question for you. I lived in New York, and of course in the news during the pandemic, everyone's fleeing New York and going to different places. But this has also opened up the opportunity to work with people in different cities, whereas before it was like you have to be in New York to work in New York. Can you tell us, are you experiencing that, working with people in different cities from different backgrounds? And if so, what are some of the benefits of working with people from different backgrounds in different places?
Yeah, so our studio, I actually joined the studio when we were all fully remote, and it was new for them to be remote in that way. And we've recently made the decision to be fully remote, so not have an office anymore. And we have several people who are staff for the company that live on the West Coast or in different cities. We had, when I first started, one of my coworkers was in China. It can be difficult because obviously it's so helpful to be working at the same time. If you can find a nice overlap, that's really great. And then someone's picking things up when someone is going to bed. And it is great to be able to, you're not limited to where you live in order to work with people. And I think that's very freeing. Obviously you miss that human interaction sometimes, but as long as you can use tools to, get this FaceTime and really communicate clearly to each other, I think it's just really freeing that everyone can have the lives that they want to live and not have to be in a certain place in order to have the job that they really want. It's great. Like one of our interns, he was on the West Coast in San Francisco, and now he's one of our staff members. And, previously that might not have ever happened. So it's really great that we all have the opportunity to expand our horizons and who we work with. And you don't have to be limited by where you happen to live or where things are happening.
Jack, what about you? Tencent, you're based in China. Are you mostly working with Chinese, or are you working with people from other countries in different parts of the world?
Yeah, our company is very international. So, a lot of Korean in our company, and also people from Canada and LA also work with us together. But what we do is not gather everybody together. It's just like we have a studio in LA, we have a studio in Canada, and we have a studio in Singapore, Japan, and Korea. So why we do that? Because again, different people like different games. So we think people in United States, maybe the people from Los Angeles will more understand what kind of the game is more suitable for the United States. That's what we do. But we will share our knowledge, like what I mentioned. We have a lot of workshops every week, and we will share our knowledge, and we will communicate with each other. But the people like in our Tencent game has a theme, has one theme character we like play game. That's very important.
Interesting. Interesting. So speaking about like time zones, right? Jack is joining us from 3 a.m. in China. Pedro, you're in the Midwest. I'm sure before pandemic, you were dealing with East Coast, West Coast. What tools, and this is for everyone, I'll start with Pedro and jump around. What tools do you use to have consistent communication when you're dealing with working with teams from different time zones and all over the world?
Yeah, I think the consistency part is what's difficult. There's a lot of tools out there, and it feels like we're always trying something new. And especially now, it's like I'm about to join a meeting, and it's just like, it's a Zoom, it's a Microsoft Teams, it's Hangouts, and then of course it's like Cisco, and I haven't opened it in like forever, and I have to update. So the consistency part is difficult, but there's so many tools out there to collaborate, to like Figma, right? You're like, it's this board that a bunch of people can jump in and move things together. So there's a lot of tools, whether it's design collaboration tools. I really love the asynchronous collaboration tools like Frame.io, where you can take a video and annotate it, send it to someone else. They can add other comments. And the great thing about those tools too is the context, right? All that information, like you're pointing exactly at the thing that needs to change, or in Figma, like here's the comment. So they're very contextual as opposed to how, 10 years ago, you would have to give feedback to someone in an email thread. So yeah, there's great tools out there, maybe too many, but I guess choice is good.
Yeah, Frame.io, what an incredible tool for video, post-production, motion graphics. Instead of getting this email, they're saying like, make this part faster, and you're like, what part are they talking about? Frame.io, it's like at 32 seconds, make this faster. Cleared up a lot of miscommunication. Justin, what about you? What tools are you using for collaborating across time zones?
Oh yeah, I mean, I feel like I probably have the same exact answers, but I mean, you sort of I thought about this one because it's like there's so many tools, and sometimes it's like dictated by the client. Like the client has adopted Microsoft Teams, so you are in Microsoft land and you have to do that. So it's like that's the client collaboration part, and then you kind of have your internal team collaboration part. But it's sort of, you can break it down almost into six kind of categories. You got like your text communicators, Slack, like I'm on Slack all day basically, and that's like our main kind of communication. I'm sure all of you are on Slack. And then you've got your video conference tools, and that's kind of a challenge in itself. I feel like I'm changing my system preferences constantly, because it's like you go to Zoom, Blue Jeans, Teams, FaceTime, Slack, Huddle, back and forth, and it's just at some point something breaks, and you're on a call and you're like, I can't share my screen, and you have a big presentation and you're like, your Macintosh is like saying, oh, your system update has happened, you have to turn this thing on. You're like, sorry, I have to turn off my Zoom and come back. Then like file communicators, like Dropbox, Google Drive, whatever your custom thing is for your server. And then just like I think that the most important part about keeping everyone on track is like just the visual communication collaboration device, like programs like Figma. I love Figma. It's huge. But one thing that I'm a big proponent of with my teams is just like keeping, like if, say for example, we're doing a presentation or we have to pitch something, is to keep the pitch deck live so everyone can see it and everyone can add to it. Because it used to be, like one person kind of had the InDesign file and just like, what does the deck look like? But everyone's wondering that. So I think one of the kind of cool things, about this, team collaboration is just that, the deck is live, and the easiest way that looks the best. so, like if someone doesn't really know that much about design, but it's a great writer, they can just go in and add their stuff, and it's not like this big handoff. But yeah, like the Figma, Milanote, nice boards, Keynote and sharing mode, Dropbox paper, whatever it is to share ideas. And then, like, of course, like there's like the data stuff too, where it's like Airtable, Asana, Google Sheets, just for producing and just keeping lots of stuff tracked. And then, yeah, the video sharing stuff like Frame.io and WireDrive, Dropbox video, whatever it is.
Yeah, I mean, what you mentioned really resonated with me, having a live deck that you can update and everybody's looking at the same thing. Before, somebody was in charge of it, exported a PDF, and you sent it out, and if you made a change, like, no, look at version 1.2.1, it was from January 22nd. No, don't look at the one at January 17th. That's not updated. Live deck, game changer. Jamie, what about you?
Yeah, same thing. The live deck really resonates with us. Like we are all constantly like, we use Google Drive, and just like that's where all of our decks live now. Using those docs and just being able to change, like look at page 5. We're constantly talking on Slack too. I feel like our office is just Slack now. And so it's always just like, I made a note on page 6, like, what about this? Constantly updating people. We're all very collaborative here at Block and Tackle. So people are throwing in copy, asking if it works, changing it. And it's really just a great way to just continuously be working together and collaborating. And then, yeah, using things like Frame.io, anywhere where you can get very specific and detailed with your language and just highlight things, draw things, circle things. I think those are all real game changers when you're working collaboratively. And then for us, even something little as like the huddle feature on Slack, I didn't think I would like it, but the other day, we were all working a little late, and my boss was just like, okay, I'm just going to be on huddle for the last, push for this. So we all just kind of got on, and it really felt like we were in the office working together, all kind of like pumping through, not necessarily talking, kind of like saying our little like, oh, I did that wrong, like while we're working. And it felt really good to not feel alone in my apartment, just like, oh, I gotta get this done. That felt a little more human, and I was surprised by how much I liked it. It was a really good experience. So
for anybody who hasn't used the huddle function on Slack, can you describe it quickly?
Yeah, so it's just this little button now where it's like a phone call, where you're just, I'm gonna huddle real quick. You can just hit the button and you're all just there talking to each other without sharing your screen. You can share your screen, but you don't see everybody at the same time. So it is very much like a phone call, but it feels a little more just like you're hanging out sometimes. And every once in a while, it feels good to just like feel like you're all in it together and you're not just alone doing something.
Yeah.
Heads up, if you're on Huddle and everyone lives and you hear jazz music, it's coming from Huddle. That's such a neat feature. I guess they didn't want to keep the connection open for just one person, and rather than alerting them, they're playing jazz music. But
that's great.
Yeah.
Interesting. Like, so it's kind of like the hold music when you call up a line and it's busy.
Yeah, but it was so unexpected. One day I was in a huddle, everyone left, and then I'm like, where is that music coming from? Like, Spotify's closed, all my browsers are closed. So yeah.
Interesting. Okay, next question. Talking about global international workspace. Okay, some of us miss being in an office. Jamie, you were talking about, there's nothing like being in the team and people are next to you. You just kind of like lean over, ask them a question, look over their shoulder, see what's going on the screen. So definite challenges now working remotely. But can we talk about what are some of the biggest benefits that you see to kind of this new workplace, this new workspace that we have, where people can be working from LA, from Detroit, from Chicago, from Florida, but working together on a team? And since this, most of our audience are students, is there any advice you can give to them to prepare for this new workforce, this new work experience of being remote? I'll go with Justin first. He was deep in thought over there. He was like,
Well, yeah, it's a great question. Yeah, I think obviously the location barriers are so significantly lower that it's almost not a thought. I mean, I remember, like, back in the day, you would be like, can we work with this like particle expert from Germany? I don't know. He's in Germany. And now it's like, you're like, who cares? It's like, let's call them. And it's not like a question whatsoever. And but in terms of, I think, just being at SCAD, you're already ahead of the game too, just because of just how, diverse the student base is, and just like, everyone's everywhere. And that's what I loved about going to SCAD, just like, you just had like so many friends from all over the place. And but I think working in a group collaborative setting is just like I think you gotta just always have to make sure that there's clear communication between parties, and you have to put the work into making the specific tasks and expectations clear. I think all of us have had to learn how to be better communicators, like being better writers, and just how clear you have to be. And when you just write a sentence, you can't just like kind of think about something. Now you have to like make sure, wait, what I'm saying is 24 people are going to read this. It better be correct. So I think, just doing the work to make sure it's clear. But I mean, yeah, I think, just being open to, each scenario, and just kind of jumping in and knowing that it's going to work, because we do have so many great tools at our disposal to kind of work wherever. And I think Jamie said something earlier, just like what's great too is that you have autonomy now over your life, and with working remotely, and like if you are burnt out, and you need to take 15 minutes to just come back and chill out, that you can, where you're not stuck in an office where everyone's around you and staring at you. You can come back and you can come back refreshed. And I think that's a huge win, and that you can just be in your space. You do better work. I'll leave it at that.
Autonomy, huge. We didn't really used to have that working in offices. Glad that you mentioned communication. I think a lot of young designers or aspirational designers, they think, oh, to be successful, I just have to be a great designer. I just got to know After Effects really, really well. And my suggestion is always, communication matters. It's as important as your design skills. Jack, what about you? What do you see as the biggest benefits to this new working method of being able to collaborate with people around the world, and how do students prepare for that?
I mean, challenge is much more than benefits, because like what I said, our game, different people like different games, so we have to. It's not we try to. We have to work with people from different background and work together to produce a game. Like we want to produce a game for a United States, we have to work with the people from United States. And we will meet a lot of challenge, but benefits is also benefits. But if we solving these challenges, we will get a benefit. Mm-hmm. For example, like the color green in China has some bad meaning, but there's nothing special in the United States. So that will be a big challenge, right? Because we are used less green color in our design, but in the United States, that's casual.
Yeah.
So how to get the benefits? I mean, solving problem is the very important ability. So to work with people from different background and try to find their what part they are good, and combine our good part together and make a win-win. That's very important abilities. So, and also in our interview, it's very important for us to find how students work with people from different backgrounds. if a student has an international background, it's a benefit for him to get a good job.
Interesting, interesting. Pedro, what are your thoughts? Benefits to this new international workspace, and how do students prepare for that?
Yeah, now there's challenges and benefits for sure. It's both. Benefits is you have a bigger pool, right? You have a bigger pool. Companies have a bigger pool of talent, but as a student, you have a bigger pool of companies that you can go and apply. It used to be such a challenge if you were based out of small town. That was a disadvantage, right? Like not everyone can move to a big, expensive city to apply to the good jobs. Now you can be in the middle of nowhere. If you have the internet connection, you can apply to those big jobs in big cities. So I think that's a huge benefit that the students are going to be able to take advantage of. I think one of the challenges that I would give them a heads up is connecting with people. I think before you would start at a company, and especially if you're shy, it's like they would take you out to lunch, and there would be this natural connections that you would do throughout the day outside of work. Now, a lot of times when you're talking to someone at a company, it's because of work related. So it's difficult to make those connections. I know companies, I know we are trying to figure out how we can create those moments to connect with people remotely. But I would also encourage the students, when they go and get that first job, reach out to people, set up one-on-ones, try to connect with other people outside of just, what's my task? What should I be working on?
Mm-hmm. Nice. Jamie, your thoughts, benefits, and how do students prepare for it?
Yeah, similar answer. It's like, I think it's so great how now you can really prioritize your life versus work. Like you can have the life that you want to live, whether that's in a city or, you want to move across the country. You can go ahead and do that without this fear of like, well, everyone I know is here and that's the only network that I have. And you can keep that network and also meet other people in different networks. And so you really have a lot of freedom. And I think it's good for everybody to try to prioritize their life that they want to live and not just the work that they want to do. So that's a huge advantage, but it is hard not having those like personal relationships. I feel like when I first graduated, I had a lot of friends from college, but I made a lot of really good friends at some of my first few jobs. So like Pedro said, like making sure you're putting in the effort to try to make more real relationships with people beyond just the work that you're doing with them. It is difficult to do, and you have to be a little patient, try not to force it too much, but find natural, organic ways to connect with people, have a little bit of small talk happening so that it's not just business all the time. And you can get to know people a little bit more. And then making sure you're finding other ways outside of work, whether that's like going to in-person things as much as you can. Maybe they're design related, maybe they're not, but just finding ways to get that human interaction, I think, are really important so that we don't all become just kind of like shuttered into our homes. I think it's good to be a little human.
So some of you mentioned the benefits being this bigger pool of talent, right? You don't have to just recruit from your city, people that are locally. So it allows students that maybe are from a smaller town or that can't take the financial risk to move to New York without a job. They can apply to those opportunities. Justin, you mentioned, yeah, before you might see someone's website, they're like, oh, they're in Germany, like we can't bring them on. But now that barrier is gone. So bigger pool of talent, more opportunities, but also does this mean it's more competitive for students? If a student graduates, and they move to New York, they're not just competing with other people that took the risk to go to New York, but they're also competing with people all around the world. Any thoughts on that? Bigger, more opportunities, or is it more competition, or both?
I think that's fair. I think it's a little bit of both. But I think it to me levels the playing field a little bit, right? It's not the people that had the financial ability to move to a city are not having an advantage just because of that. And it starts becoming more about the talent. So yes, it's more competitive, 100%. But I think it might be a little bit also more equitable as well, I would say.
Yeah, to add to that too, I think that there's an advantage to not having to move to a big city at first too, because you can develop as an artist, you can develop your aesthetic if you put the discipline into it too, because you're not having to worry about, you know, a New York rent or San Francisco apartment or something like that. It's like that you definitely have that time to develop who you are and your voice.
So we are getting to the portion of the panel. We're going to take some questions from the live audience. So these are our students and alumni who are watching and listening to your responses. So first question, this is from Sarah Hafterson. She was a recent graduate from SCAD. Her question is this: you spoke about organizing inspiration through things like Miro and Pinterest. Do you use similar platforms to like track freelancers or to track talent?
I mean, what we use the platform is Ego. Ego can capture all picture from all sides from the website. It's like you drag the picture from to left and it will go into Ego.
Ego.
Yeah, Ego. Either the picture, video, music, and websites, even the notes can be captured. Yeah, that's very useful.
Interesting. Any answers from the rest of you? How do you track freelancers? How do you keep track of up and coming talent?
At our studio, there's a lot of spreadsheets. Spreadsheets is the one method. So yeah, I think it could probably be a little bit more useful than that. I personally follow people. If I see an artist that I want to work with, I'll follow their Instagram, I'll follow their LinkedIn. And so it's not necessarily tracking and organizing, but it's a way to kind of keep my eyes open to see what they're doing, and then keep it kind of front in mind. And when I do encounter a project that I would love to work with that person, then I can go and reach out there.
Jamie, you're nodding your head in agreement?
Yeah, same. I mean, I think that I am lucky we have amazing project managers, and I think they have all of that organized for us as far as like really organized. But for me personally, it's just finding people whose work I really enjoy and keeping them in mind. I think I'm lucky I'm a person who can kind of like pull that information out when I need it, but it's great to have people help you out and keep track of it for real.
Nice. Okay, next question. This is from Colin Horvath. This is a technical question. He says, are there any tasks that you wanted to achieve, I'm guessing on a project, but you weren't able to because of some sort of limitation in the software or in your equipment? Jack, you're smiling. Do you have an answer for this? Yeah.
It's limitation of my knowledge or of my activity. You know, Houdini is the big challenge.
Yeah.
Nobody can skip this process. Mm-hmm. So one company I really love is Man vs Machine. They play very good at Houdini. But I mean, in most of the situation, we don't have this enough time or how to say, this kind of technology to achieve a like kind of a picture like the effects through Houdini by ourselves very casually. Mm-hmm. Learning Houdini takes maybe 2 or 3 years, even longer. It's very hard, but it's very useful in motion design. If you want a very good simulation, you have to Houdini, but it's very, very hard.
Yeah, so very, very specific piece of software that in that case, someone would specialize for it. I worked on a project with a Houdini artist and we were sitting next to each other for the whole week. He was just typing code, didn't see anything. And at the end of the week, he showed this beautiful particle thing. I'm like, well, how did you do that? And it was just a week, just code. I didn't see anything on his screen. So interesting answer. Anybody else have an answer? A time where you had a technical limitation to your creative vision?
I don't know if this fits a technical limitation, but one that we're constantly running into nowadays is the supply chain. Like, well, why is the supply chain affecting us? But like video cards, scarcity, and whether it's real time or pre-rendered, not being able to get the computers to get your work done. And it's like, I thought I was in the digital world. What happened? So
you have a doorstep in 2 hours, right? It should be easy.
Yeah, like I should just be able to go buy a video card seriously, but yeah, that's a limitation that is definitely affecting us right now.
Jamie, Justin, any situations you've been in where just some limitation that you couldn't execute?
Not recently. I kind of had a similar supply chain issue during kind of like peak pandemic. My laptop exploded. The battery exploded in my laptop, and I couldn't find a computer. And I ended up just having to go to Best Buy and buy the first thing I found so I could do the presentation.
Best Buy is the answer, right? Brick and mortar is always there when Amazon fails. This next question, Jamie, you mentioned that Block and Tackle is now fully remote. You're not coming back. So this question is from Marley Coven. The question is, in the future, if COVID were to be less of a concern, do you think companies, and maybe you can speak to your own company, do you think the companies will again require employees to move to a certain city to work on site?
You know,
and
things.
If you want to be general, you can be general. If you don't want to talk about your own.
No, yeah. I mean, I think the nice thing about Block and Tackle is we're always open to change. And so right now, this is the change we're open to. We're trying to see how it feels to all just be remote. You know, we've thrown around things like maybe at some point we'll do like meetups a couple times a year where we're all going to the same city. Maybe it's a different city each time, but finding ways to get together. I think it really depends on the company. There are advantages to being in person, and I'm sure there are some jobs where people are really dying to get back to that. But right now, we're really open to keeping it remote and seeing where that takes us. I think it's good to be open-minded about it. And for us, it just seems to make sense. The advantages of being remote are outweighing the negatives. So I think it'll be important, though, for us to continue to find ways to see each other in person when we can, have fun together. And if we're able to do that, I think staying remote will be a possibility.
Pedro, what are you seeing on the horizon for companies and location?
Yeah, I think at least in the near term, it seems like flexibility, hybrid, and remote is winning, but you know, long term, I think it's going to be difficult for companies and you know to kind of make the argument that it doesn't work. Clearly, it's been working. Are there challenges? Are there things that could be different? Yeah, but no one, you know, used to be of like, oh, it just doesn't work for what we do. You have to be here. I think that argument is not broken, and now it's like, okay, if COVID is not a thing, then what does the best route look like? Is it flexible? Is it hybrid? Should we mandate office days, or should it be completely, you know, up to the team? I think those are all things that will be figured out, but it would be difficult to make the argument that it's not possible to remote is not possible. Clearly, it is.
Yeah. And Jack, you were one of the panelists who said there's more challenges to remote work than benefits. But you're also in China, so the government has had a very strong response. You know, zero COVID. What are you hearing from people? Do people want to come back and work in the office together? Or people? What are you seeing and hearing from your coworkers?
It really depends, because you know the company like Tencent, he has a building. So he has his building, so there have to have somebody inside. But the situation is that the people like somebody like art director, they want to work outside. But people like me is just a first year designer. The suggestion is working in the building and working together, because which helps you to make progress. But as for the art director, their job is not to make some picture, make some motion design. So what's their job? Their job is to communicate with the other company or communicate with some talented studio to invite them join us. That's what their job. So that's very depends on the position. Yeah.
Justin, what are you seeing on the West Coast in LA?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly agree with all of you. I think that remote working is here to stay because it does work. But I do think that there should be, you know, a nice healthy dose of in-person meetups because it's kind of like the glue, you know, to make the online, you know, remote work possible. Because it is nice to know people on a personal level and talk to them in person. And then when you come back to Slack, you're like, oh wow, you know, you have things to relate to. So yeah, remote work augmented with meetups is, I think, the ideal solution.
Great. So we're nearing the end of our session here. I'm going to check in with our helpers from MOME. Do we have time for any more? Did we want to do another? Were we sharing some work? Caleb or Alexandra? I think we should wrap up. Okay, great. Okay, yes, thank you. I'm reading in the chat. So again, I want to thank all of you for joining us. Jamie, Pedro, Jack, and Justin, thanks so much for one, taking the time to be here with us, and two, for your very thoughtful and insightful answers to these questions. Thank you to the students who asked questions in the chat. Hope you found the answers helpful. And we will wrap up this panel. Thank you from CoMotion, everyone.
Thanks for your time.
Bye.
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 Good experience.
Wait, we're good to go? Okay, because I don't see it on the day one. Okay, all right, I can get started. Sounds good. All right, hey everyone, welcome to the branding team BTS panel. Thank you for attending. We are the leads of the branding team, and today we want to share with you our CoMotion experience and offer insights for our branding team this year. My name is Desmond Du. I'm an MFA MOME student here, and I'm the animation lead for this year's CoMotion branding team, and I'll be the moderator for this panel. So a quick introduction about CoMotion for those who are new to MOME or CoMotion, or to our future viewer. CoMotion is a student-led motion graphic conference at Savannah College of Art and Design. Everything is produced and organized by the branding team and the professional student club, MOMELove, under the guidance of our club faculty, Dav Yong. So every 4th quarter, MOMELove hosts a branding contest whereby all students can pitch in their logo and brand design and take a chance at becoming the creative director of the CoMotion title sequence. And then the winner gets, and as well as other deliverables. And subsequently, students can sign up for, sign up to become part of the branding team, where they get to design and animate everything. So this marks our 13th CoMotion. And usually CoMotion is on ground and held at Museum of Art and also at Arnold Hall. But because of the pandemic and COVID restrictions, we are hosting it for the 2nd time virtually again. Okay, but it has been challenging to shift our operation to a live stream platform this past 2 years, but through our consistent dedication and hard work, we have made it work. So good job, everyone. Now that's all the background information you need to kind of understand the context of this panel. We have more leads this year, right? More personnel this year, such as the symposium and also 3D animation lead. So I'll do my best to cover everyone's segment. And if time permits, we'll have question and answer session at the back. And please show some encouragement in the live chat. We'd love to hear your voice and excitement for the event. All right, without further ado, let's start by introducing the team, starting with Miharu.
Hello, I'm the creative director for this year's CoMotion 2022, and I hope you all are enjoying CoMotion so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, hi everyone, my name is Yu-Sing, but I go by my last name King. So I'm CoMotion 2022's art director. So I'm the person who's in charge of guiding and communicating the graphic team, the design team, and also the animation team, and lead us into executing out the deliverables to ensure visual consistency in our 2.5D style, and to make sure that everyone has conveyed the director's vision of how we want CoMotion 2022 to be like.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yorli. I'm the design lead for this year's CoMotion 2022. I was in charge of leading the design team to create all of the style frames, as well as some of the stream deliverables and web banners.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mel Petzel. I was the co-producer for this year's CoMotion branding team. I was particularly responsible for all the scheduling and timeline production maintenance, as well as deliverable handoffs in between our multidisciplinary teams.
Hi, I'm Matt. I was the other co-producer with Mel.
Hey, I'm Olivia. I'm a MOME MFA, and I was the 3D animation lead for the team. So I was in charge of a lot of the 3D aspects of the title sequence and making assets for the 3D team.
Hello everyone, I'm Mickey. I'm an MFA motion media design student. I'm a graphic design lead this year. The graphic design team was responsible for the showcase title cards, stickers, postcards that you guys will be receiving, and any other social media graphics that you will see today.
Hi everyone, my name is Andrew Goodridge. I am a user experience design senior at SCAD. And this is my third year on the branding team and third year leading the design and development of this year's website, SCADCoMotion.com.
Hi everyone, I'm Samantha Woods. I'm a BFA motion media major and I was the documentation lead for this year's CoMotion. So I was overseeing the process book and the process page.
Hey guys, I'm Kagan. I was a co-editor of this year's symposium book, which is a new thing that sort of, I guess, runs parallel to the process book that the documentation team did.
Nice. Thank you for introducing yourself, everyone. So with that, let's get started with the creative direction for this year's CoMotion. So Miharu, would you share like what is your vision for this year's title sequence?
Yes, definitely. So first, this year I pitched with art director King and design lead Yorley for the CoMotion, and us three decided to pitch an idea where like all the students in motion media can feel like they have their own part to participate and get the most of it from like being the branding team. Personally, I find teaming with someone rather than like working myself, I feel like it's a lot better to like learn different ideas and way to execute a vision. So that's why I think that really affected our concept and idea.
Very nice. So what was your inspiration behind the initial pitch?
Yorley, do you wanna?
Yeah, sure. I can take that. So actually we came up with we thought about this concept called 2.5D because we basically thought that was like a space in the sign language which really embodied motion media and motion graphics on its own, where we could basically take the audience through a journey where motion media started, what it is and where it's going, and we really wanted to like include that within the title sequence.
I see. So do you guys want to share your the pitch that you submitted for the branding contest?
Yes, definitely. I'll share my screen.
So yeah, why don't you walk us through your pitch? And so for just a few just to let everyone remind everyone, so this is like the pitch that Miharu and her team submitted for the branding contest, which eventually led to them winning this year's CoMotion. Well, they were able to design the title sequence based on this concept. So Miharu, you want to walk us through?
Yes. So the title, we decided to go for 2.5D, and this is the earned statement. As Yorley mentioned, we decided to come up with a concept where we can celebrate the limitless possibilities we can achieve in motion media. This is our mood board. We wanted to go for very like vibrant colors since us three, I think, but all of three, our style is very like colorful. So we kind of wanted to go with a style we feel more comfortable, but also gather our styles together to create something new. And then this is the color palette. For logo, our design lead Yorley designed this logo. Yorley, if you wanna explain like the inspiration behind it.
Yeah, for sure. So this was more like an isometric 3D logo. So basically the design for this was kind of like trying to put everything together, kind of like, okay, it's flat, but it looks 3D. So designing it was definitely a challenge, but this is what I came up with for it.
Nice. I think if designing is a challenge and animating it is even a bigger challenge.
Oh,
which
I
I'll
bet.
cover later. Yes, it took me like 1 month to animate this logo.
It turned out amazing though.
Thank
Yes,
you.
best logo animation ever.
Yeah.
Yes, it was very I think you went through a lot with, I think, till version 11.
Yes, it was a long process, but is there anything else you want to show in your screen share?
Yes, definitely. This is the original email banner, and then we have some merch. If you would like to support MOMELove, you go to the website. There's a page where you can go search merch and get some cool t-shirts. And then this is our storyboard. Like initial storyboard, and so it starts from like line animation, and then introducing the 2D, and then 2.5D Z space. Shape starts extruding, and then more like 4D space, and then like the logo reveal. So after we won the pitch, we had to add more storyboards and come up with more new ideas. But yeah, this is like the very first storyboard we came up with. And then here are some style frames we showed in the pitch.
Nice.
This is all together. Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Miharu.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'll
that-
stop sharing my screen.
Yeah, so in this branding contest, I think CoMotion, when the branding contest started, it's mostly about just submitting a logo, and that's it. And then as I guess the students continue to get better, they started adding more stuff. They started adding motion tests, they're adding style frames, storyboard. It got a little bit too much, I think, at 1 year. So I think MOMELove said like scale it down. You can't have motion tests or something. So for those for students who are interested in winning the branding contest next year, you want to design your pitch, not just a logo, but the look of the context of your design, right? Like how it's going to be implemented in the email banner, in the T-shirt, and many next is on ground. So you want to design some like print elements, right, to showcase your design, because in a way, the branding contest is more like you something. Branding contest is like a business proposal. You want to kind of convince the student body, right? All right, this is gonna work. So you have to have enough content, not too much, just enough content. So moving on, let's just want to ask Miharu, like, how do you think like CoMotion has evolved in its second year as an entirely digital conference?
Yeah, I think since we were really starting to get used to like this whole pandemic, definitely everything went smoothly than last year, since everyone was more used to working at home and everything. But I think since SCAD, we are all on ground, that we had a huge advantage where like we were also be able to meet the teammates in person, sometimes like in class, sometimes just randomly in the coffee shop. So like I think it was a bit easier to like bond with others. And I know like some of the team leads had some gatherings outside of the meeting to kind of get to know all the other team members. So that was definitely like a huge advantage for us this year. Definitely, we did have like I did personally have a hard time like figuring out the best way to communicate smoothly during winter break, since I was in Japan during winter break, so the time zone difference was a bit tricky. But I think we came along, figured out the best way to keep the production smoothly, and I'm glad how far we came. So yeah.
Nice. Yeah, definitely agree. The time zone thing was tricky. So I was back in Singapore, and Miara and I is like 12-hour ahead of the US time. So so we shifted like the branding team meeting. Usually it's in the afternoon, 2 p.m. It's become like 10 or 11 a.m. So Miharu and I will be up at like, was it midnight, just for the meeting?
Yeah, I was up like.
So I'm okay with it. I think Miharu is 1 hour, one hour later than me. So yeah, it was pretty bad. But we got to go home at vacation, and still work on CoMotion. So that's a bonus. So everything being virtual. So yeah. So for King, I just want to ask you, like, so as how much did the project involve as from the initial inspiration as more creative joined the team?
Yeah, I would say the project developed a lot, especially from the storyboards, as you can see from our initial pitch. Like from our initial sketches, you can see it has come a long way into being more detailed in terms of like the patterns, the colors, and the textures. And honestly, we could not have done it without our talented and amazing like designers and animators who came up with like so many different like solutions, like so many explorations and different color comps into making the pipeline a lot smoother and also maintaining a consistent visual style at the same time. And also like from our storyboards, as you can see, we actually initially had this like cool idea of like certain scenes on its own, like this scenes dedicated to the 2D side of motion, there's the 3D side, also the 4D side. But our storyboards initially didn't have like much room for like coming up with the transitions. And I think with the help of our amazing and amazing and talented animators and also animation leads, this Desmond Du and also Olivia, they really help us to come up with like the transitions, tweaking them and refining them like a lot. So I feel that they all have really like come a long way, especially for the title sequence.
Nice. Yeah, definitely agree. It was it's not like set in stone. There was many opportunities to just develop even more styles or different style frames or like animation opportunities. So I enjoy that aspect of production where we the animators, the team, right, can have agency and injecting our own personality and our own ideas. Yeah, so that was great. So King, what was the what part of the process in this collaborative process do you enjoy the most then?
Being part of such a big project and working with like such a big team, it has been such a joy to watch everyone's unique expertise and contribution coming into play to make like the whole title sequence come to life. Like I know in our animators, each person have their own unique skill sets. Like some are more interested in like doing color combinations, some are interested in like the 2D animation illustrative style, and we just let them have that opportunity to also explore them, but at the same time, letting them like contribute and making them come together into making this whole title sequence come to life that way. And being in a team, it allows everyone to also learn from each other this way, since everyone's like so different and so unique in their own aspects. And I feel like I'm not only there just like learn from like the technical side, then like it's not only about learning the different kinds of aspects or different kinds of After Effects expressions, but also just learning about how different people think. Like I get to work with so many different mindsets, so many different eyes for designs, which is always really refreshing to like hear about.
I see. Okay. So, well, yeah, definitely with such a big team, right? I think for most people, CoMotion is like their first like large scale collaboration. So they are very exposed. They're exposed to different the different skill sets. I mean, not just different skill set. It's not just about After Effects, not just about Cinema 4D, but also about project management, about roles, about like working with leads. About communication on Slack and naming your files correctly. So there's a lot to it just than making the cool stuff. So what are some difficulties you face when working with such a large team, King?
One thing I'll say, like, it's a challenge, but also like the fun part about when working for this CoMotion 2022, which is that since in such a big group, everyone has like their own different like visual styles that way, and yeah, it's like sort of a challenge because has their own like different mindsets and different ways of like doing things. So when coming up with like a consistent visual style, that was kind of like tricky and complex, but we managed to solve that, like especially when working closely with Miharu and our design lead Yorli into creating like the different design decks and like guidelines for everyone to follow. So we do have like a specific set of like instructions for everyone to like follow for the graphic team, the animation team, and the design team, such as our own specific color palette, line work, and textures and patterns.
I see. Then how would you work with the producer running keep everyone line with the creative vision?
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Could you repeat that question again? Because
you hear my question, Kim?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My connection is unstable. I just stayed on Zoom. But I was saying, yeah, how do you work with the producers to kind of manage this large scale team to kind of align on communication as well as creative direction?
Oh yeah, so I get to work with the amazing Mel and Matt, being the producers. They have been communicating closely with both the directors and the team leads, and always updating us on like how are the team members doing, what their progress is like. And I guess the production won't be like smooth at all. We couldn't done it without like the both of them sending us like reminders to send in comments, sending deliverables and whatnot. So yeah, shout out to Matt and Mel for that.
Oh, yes. The producers are the one that makes everything work, and but most of the time they remain invisible. I mean that's my idea of it. So yeah, let's move on to the production section. And let's discuss with Matt and Mel their role in this project. So Mel, you were the graphic design lead for the CoMotion 2021 branding team, and then this year you're a producer. Can you tell me about this transition of role and what made you decide to kind of do it?
Yeah, that's a great question. Actually, I was very privileged to be asked to become a producer this year. Last year, I was actually, just hoping and wishing that I could be a part of the branding team, and I had the privilege of actually being the graphic design lead. And the hurdle, I guess, was realizing this year I don't actually make anything necessarily myself, but I get to enjoy other people creating all of these deliverables and the wonderful things of work in progress and Excel sheets. So yeah, I was a little bit more invisible this year in terms of Matt and I being behind the production timeline Excel sheet, all of the checklist, the writing of the notes for all of the Saturday branding team meetings, and all of the other late night meetings that would come out of this to accommodate for all of the time zones. So that was the learning curve, I think, between being a graphic design lead of last year and producer this year. One thing that I think was very cool to be able to see the difference in years was, this is our second year being virtual. So seeing that we're able to hit the ground running and actually be in our stride has been very encouraging. We also actually have Kagan, who was last year's co-producer. So we got a lot of good wisdom from him and Scott, who helped with last year's. And that was something that I think was very vital for my experience. It prepared me to work on the large scale team and gave me a lot of more encouragement and responsibility for handling all of the deliverables and handoffs, because it doesn't just stop at the branding team. We have to hand it off to MOMELove. And that was something that I didn't particularly deal with last year. Again, like Kagan and Scott took care of that. So yeah, that was something that was new. Stepping into producing this year is it's a lot more maintaining that open communication and making sure that our team are not wearing themselves out. The difference also is that this was 15 weeks rather than 20. So we had a shorter turnaround time. And that was something that we really took care to pay attention to everyone on our team, how they were doing with classes and, mental health wise. That was something that was really important to us.
Yeah, for sure. I think for a producer, you juggle so many roles. And did you have experience like doing like project management prior to, this year's CoMotion branding team?
Yeah, I would say personally, whenever you're working at school, there's not necessarily roles such as like producer. It's more just you're assigned the task. And I think that you work around with the names of what you are in a group. I would say, yes, I have been the lead for the SCAD radio. I worked with a lot of people at SCAD district to do the rebrand for the SCAD social media. I also got to work with CoMotion last year. So I think it's just kind of building upon itself in terms of what it means to be a project manager or even a lead. Usually those terms are interchangeable of responsibilities. So yeah, it's been really nice to be able to improve upon the skill sets and be able to work with so many people.
Nice. So if you have to choose, would you be a designer or a producer? Which role do you prefer?
I absolutely prefer being graphic design lead. I love making things. And that was something that was probably the challenge for me this year, is being able to let go and realize, okay, I'm just working with people on the communication end and making sure that everything is in a timely manner, and that everything is very realistic for the goals that we are setting. But yeah, I definitely love making things. I've been trying to offset it with making personal passion projects and also making things with my hands in my packaging design classes.
Nice. Okay. I guess for this year, you're just taking your skill set in a different quality. Oh, I hope you enjoy, being a producer. I hope he hasn't been too stressful or too overwhelming. So how would you work with like, Matt to kind of manage the different teams?
I think one of the important things this year was to make sure that we were both well aware of what was happening. We had 6 teams, I think with 33 overall team members. That's a lot of people, and that was also a lot of deliverables to oversee being handed off to web or experiential or MOMELove. And Matt and I really wanted to make sure that we were on the same page and not separating our work. We worked closely with taking notes. We were always there together. If we couldn't be together and we had to probably do breakout rooms with multiple teams to make sure that we weren't meeting for 3 hours, we made sure to meet with ourselves afterwards. And I think Matt would also be able to give a lot of insight as to how it was helpful for him, since he never really was on the branding team before this. So I knew what the expectations were for working with the branding team, whereas Matt is pretty new to this. And so it was kind of like also another side goal to make sure that he felt very comfortable in the role as producer, having never experienced how the behind the scenes really goes. So yeah, it was a lot of making sure that he was well aware of what to expect, the responsibilities, and just actually doing it. Getting out and going to the Saturday branding team meetings and taking those notes and working with people to make sure that the communication was very clear.
Nice. Yeah, for sure. I think for those who get who got accepted into the branding team, it can be very scary. It's like, oh no, what have I done? Can I really commit to this? Because you're not really sure like you have the skill set for it. But I think CoMotion, because we always have like recurring members, there's always someone, or the MOMELove officer will always pass down information to help like the current team succeed in doing what at their roles. So yeah, so there's some on-job training, right? Especially for Matt, who's new. So Matt, you were a volunteer in CoMotion 2020, right? And now you're a MOMELove officer, and now you're the producer for CoMotion. You can tell me about like how this your interest in jumping from like volunteer to officer to producer. How did that happen?
Yeah, so I was always interested in being an officer ever since I found out about MOMELove. But honestly, just with 3 classes every quarter, I felt like I didn't really have much time, like much of a life outside of schoolwork and then homework. But this past year, I've only had to take 2 classes a quarter, and it definitely opened up a lot of time for me and made me feel more comfortable applying the end of last school year. And then with stepping into this role, I didn't originally expect to be a producer. And I guess that was really born out of just being more plugged in with the MOME community to be able to get that offer that I'm so grateful for. And honestly, that came from just transitioning out of being fully online. I was really isolated during that period.
Oh, okay. So you wanted some company. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So what part of this, because you're new to this producer role, what aspect of it do you find the most rewarding?
Personally, just seeing things get done and the list like getting shorter and shorter. Because it'd be like at first it was just so many things happening at once. Definitely the first probably month and a half at least. And thank you to Mel for getting me up to speed during those hectic times in the beginning. But like, especially when like one team would finish and we could just focus everything, especially with the leadership and all the feedback from the directors in MOMELove on just like a couple teams that were remaining, and then getting it down to just one team. It was really satisfying to just finally not have to worry about 10 things at once.
Yeah, for sure. CoMotion, there's so much to do, and it's definitely very intimidating in the beginning. Everyone's thinking like, can we really finish this? especially for this year, we have a shorter deadline, right? We have to, last year was during spring break. So the last year's team had like 4 more weeks, right? But this year we have less time. We only have like 15 weeks. So we gotta be really organized with managing each team and each deliverable, so there's a lot of moving parts, but you two did a great job. And is there any advice would you like to give to the next year's branding team and next year's producer?
Matt, you can go.
Okay. I think the strategy of both of us like tackling things together instead of dividing it up, which would be like kind of the logical thing on the surface with two people. Kagan gave us that advice, Kagan and Scott, to like always try to attend meetings together. And at first I was like, I don't know, that seems like a lot of time for both of us that we don't need to. But in the end, just to have that extra head there to hear everything, like really helped us.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah. And also, I mean, to add on just to being able to do stuff that you wouldn't initially think is the most productive way of approaching things, that ends up actually being very beneficial for your team. And it's a year by year case. I think that we had a really good previous team last year. But I think the other thing is that it's important that half the people currently on the branding team were also in last year's, and so we have a lot of people very familiar. This might not be the case next year, and so one of the things that I kind of want to offer is being able to be not just flexible but understanding of the freedom that gives you to come into this new role, not particularly experienced, but also just being open to the different way of what fits your team, and getting to know your team on a personal level. I mean, we might be handing off the notes of what was the best practices for Matt and I, or just, the directors in MOMELove, but that's mostly just something that's unique to you guys and the next team that comes, and hopefully gives us an amazing 2023. So that's the encouragement. It's just being able to be open. I mean, we went from being completely in person to something virtual, which is something that we never anticipated, I think, with CoMotion. And now we'll probably go back into being in person or virtual. What aspects of those will remain? And so that's something that is the producers, MOMELove at the time, and also the directors will have to figure out. But yeah, just being open and flexible and truly getting to know your team. That's important.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think what I really enjoy most about like this year's branding team is that we build a lot of rapport with one another. We get to know each other. We have gatherings just to have fun, play card games at Foxy, or have a picnic at Arnold Hall. kind of picnic. But yeah, that was fun. I feel like that was what made the production better was we had that friendship to keep us going. It wasn't just like this job we signed up for. It wasn't a chore, but it was really fun to see everyone's doing their best, and you too want to give your best as well. Yeah, so great job and good luck to the next year's producer. For we have lived in very strange time. Is it virtual or is it on ground, or maybe both? We don't know. But yeah, let's move on to our next section, design. So this question is for Yoli. So there was a lot of deliverable this year, the style frames, and love the style frames, social media stuff. And you were the lead designer, right? And you also had to manage a team of like say 4 or 5. So what was your approach to keep all the designer on the same page and keep up all the consistency?
Yeah, so actually this year we had a bigger team. It was actually 7 designers, including myself. So, well, the more people, the more difficult it is to keep consistency. But I think one of the big things that came into play into keeping all the designers on the same page was definitely providing them with a style guide that the directors, Miharu and King, and I created before everything. So we provided that to the designers, and within that style guide, we made sure everyone had the same tools, which meant working in the same color mode, the dimensions for the canvas, textures, brush sizes, and everything like that. So we made sure everything looked consistent, but also just like constant communication and process in the Slack. So the designers had to post work in progress midway through the week, and then we would give them feedback, or we had a meeting, and then we would check in once again in the big branding team meeting. So I feel like going through that process of having feedback back and forth, throughout the entire time, like, through sketches, color comps, and into like the full rendering, that really helped with keeping consistency within all of the designs and the designers and the team.
Yeah, definitely agree with like this year being virtual, right? Communication is very, very big. It's a key factor, especially trying to communicate like, the design guidelines. So making a style guide with all the dimensions, with all the specification, it is a smart move. So everyone can align on the same creative vision. And then, yeah, so like Yoli mentioned, like how how CoMotion production go is that every week, we have a main meeting, which is Saturday. It's our premier meeting, right? And then we show like more, we show our main deliverables or the most progress. But on Wednesday, we usually submit like a casual update, right? Say I work on this motion test, I work on these sketches, just to it's kind of ensure that people are on the same page before like carrying on proceeding with like designing or animating everything. So that's how we run CoMotion pretty much this past few years. And for Yoli, so since the design for this year is basically made with simple shapes, say circle, triangle, rectangle, is there any difficulty making variation, just by using these three simple shapes?
I wouldn't really call it a difficulty. I think we took it more as a challenge, which all the designers and the directors, we took a lot of time to like explore and experiment to see what we could create. So actually it was like really fun going like back and forth to see what we could like explore and come up with. So really it was like a lot of like trial and error, like this is what we come up with, then this is working, then going back to the drawing board and coming up with concepts and then developing them till the end.
Nice. So as someone who pitched the initial design, right, and seeing the final product, how do you feel about that?
Oh my god, I couldn't be more happy. It turned out so amazing. Like seeing the concept, being born from like the bare bones, and then just like seeing like it just started with us three, and then seeing all this team come together to collaborate and create such an amazing title sequence, and like all the other deliverables that just look so beautiful. Honestly, I just feel so lucky to be able to collaborate with everyone and couldn't even be happier.
Awesome. Very, very happy to hear that. Yeah. All right. Good job, guys, for all your hard work. Yeah. So, and then let's just move on then to not finally, but to animation production. So I guess as a moderator, I need to ask myself the questions, or you should ask me the question, but it's fine. But anyway, so this question was one in our questionnaire, right? How do we decide like who's responsible for each shot for CoMotion? Because it's how do I evaluate selecting my members for the shots of the title sequence? So usually what I do is that I will look at everyone's portfolio. So I'll take the time to go to their website, and then just look at their reel, look at their strength. So if they're good at 3D, I'll assign them a 3D shot. And then after that, if I see like a consistent element that aligns, say, with the style frames, and then I will kind of push them. Let's say there's a lot of wave warp in their projects, right? And then I can put them to do some for the title cards. There's a lot of wave elements. That's when I will assign them that specific shot. Say for example, like Molly, one of our animator, in the beginning, when we were working on title cards, we had to work on a series of animated textures, specifically just turbulent waves. And then subsequently, I assigned her to do like title cards with a lot of wave warp in it. And then for the title sequence, she was in charge of the one of the beginning shot where you see this giant wave just diving down. So that's usually I try to build upon like what they have done instead of like, all right, you do this, you do that. So that's how I run my team. And then as for experienced members, say Greg or Dai, this is like the second or third time in CoMotion. So I let them, I give them the most challenging shot because I know they can do it. Because Greg is good with expression, he's clever setup, so I know he can handle like shots that have a lot of elements or might be puzzling for someone who's not so strong in After Effects. And Dai is really skilled with like, you tell her what to do and she just get it done. So I'm usually never worried. And as for Olivia, I think this is second CoMotion, and then I just let her do her own stuff. She knows what to do, so I usually never tell her like what's needed. I just give her maybe a direction, and she just fulfill that responsibility. And then so as for the difficulties for like this year's animation. This is something I will share. I will have to show using I have to demonstrate using screen share. So let me just share my screen right now. All right, can you guys see it? Okay. So, okay. I'm not gonna hit slideshow. I'm just gonna quickly scrub through it. But this year's the challenge was like from design to motion was really tricky, because if you compare it to like the last few years of CoMotion, it's all like it's all 2D. Well, the 2021 is kind of this 2.5D ish, but we have this strange complex isometric form that Yoli mentioned, and it had some optical illusions such as the counters of the O, and then the blacks of this M, the triangle right here. I was like, this physically doesn't make sense. So that was my challenge. Like, do I do this in C4D? Do I do this in After Effects? Like, what do I do? So I went I did a lot of experimentation. I jumped from After Effects. I was thinking to myself, After Effects is a solution. I said, no. I jumped to C4D. C4D is a solution, and then no. But turns out, after like much time, the solution was both. And the process goes like this. So we have this like technique we use throughout our department, is where we will model things in 3D, right? Have an object in 3D, and we'll color each face of the geometry in RGB channels in primary colors. And then we will have our own animated textures, right? We can animate After Effects. Oops, let me skip. So this is a series of texture I prepare to kind of texture each layer of the logo animation. Then using like the set matte effect, we can retexture each face, right? For each block, like say the red channel, we will use this texture. The blue channel, we use this texture. So this hybrid technique allow us to have more control rather than doing everything in Cinema 4D. So that was that took 1 month, but mostly because I was in Singapore, so I couldn't be like super present, and there was a lot of revision along the way. But yes, we got it done. And then I think the second thing I want to point out, I think one of the challenge is this set of style frames we had. So I think for this initial design, we always, I think since the start of production, we're like wondering, how do we do this, and we will put this in the back burner until it was time to kind of like, all right, we have to do it. And again, is this because there's this mix of like, all right, is it 2D? Is it it's going from 2D to 2.5D to like full 3D? So we really lost. I'll show you the outcome of the shot from the title sequence. So this is it, right? So this was a collaboration between me, Molly, and Kathy. So my role in this shot is that I will build this setup in After Effects. So it's not in C4D. This is completely using just 2D layers, and I stack them together using expression to make. I basically like create I model it in After Effects. So that's why I can change the setting like that. And then the texturing is just using layer style. So the setup that I use allows the user to change the color as well. So which is Kathy will then later animate the different variation of colors, and then Molly will animate it. So here's an implementation of how Molly used my rig. So you can see like she lined up the style frame behind, and she'll try to match it from point like style frame A to point style frame B. So that was pretty interesting. So I'm gonna stop my screen share. Yeah, so that was a lot of like, I guess, small little tools that we created along the way for CoMotion. But it's fun. I think I enjoy this part of the animation process is where I can have because I don't have much time, I have so much things to do, I would just create this setup so that the team don't have to worry about the technical part, but just focus on the animation. And then as for the final question, final segment that I like cover is like, how do we coordinate the overall rhythm of the project, the title sequence from scene to scene? Because this year's the challenge was that we didn't use a lot of cuts. There's a lot of match cuts, right? One scene will flow into another. When we're assigning shots to different people, after they deliver the files, we have to collect their After Effects file and then open it up and combine it all together. So that took a while. So we in the end, Miharu and King and I, we broke it into 3 segments. So I will stage the first scene, and King will do the second one, and then I'll do the scene 3, and Miharu will be in charge of editing to make sure that everything is seamless. So we were able to develop that workflow, in the later half of production, and I think that helped a lot. And I wish we kind of thought about it earlier, but we don't know, we don't know what we don't know. We just got to keep going. But yeah, so that's me as an animation lead, but I wasn't alone, right? Alongside with me is Olivia Trotter, who is our 3D animation lead. And she is this is her second year doing CoMotion. So previously she was a 3D. I think you're doing 2D and 3D animation last year. So how does your role and responsibility differ this year as a lead?
Yeah, so last year I was on both like the design and animation team, so I was kind of bouncing around on a bunch of different tasks. I was also more on the 2D side of things last year and was kind of a little bit newer to 3D, like C4D specifically. So this year I felt like I've grown a lot and I was really in my groove doing kind of more what I enjoy. And this year when we began, I was solely on the animation team. So I got to deep dive into some more tasks and experiment with like creating rigs and assets, and kind of had a bigger portion of the title sequence to deal with this year. I think my final render output was like 39 or 40 seconds long. So it was like a pretty big chunk I had to wrangle with this year. And I actually didn't start out on the team as a lead. That was kind of something that happened maybe like a month into working on everything. But that's something, since it's something you guys kind of promoted me to while we were working, I felt a lot more comfortable taking that on, knowing that you guys like wanted my guidance in that position. So taking on that role as a lead definitely felt like pretty special this year.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, I think this year we didn't consider that the animation team is working on both the title sequence and the title cards. The student showcase title card. Because last year we solely work on the title sequence, and that was it. But this year we have shorter time and we have 2 sets of deliverables. So yeah, we gotta. There was a lot of things for me to do. So we decided to promote you, and then because your experience, you make valid suggestions and you're professional, you know what to do. So I think I think in CoMotion, it's not just you listening to the leads, but also taking initiative and demonstrate leadership skill. I think that's what makes you a lead. You don't have, just because an animator doesn't mean you just listen to orders. So I think for future members of the CoMotion branding team, always make sure to always think to yourself, like, how can I make my lead's life easier, right? It could be anything: communication, naming your files, following up, all this small little stuff. That's something to think about. Yeah. So what expectation of your leader now? What are expectation of someone you will work under right now that you perform this leadership role?
Really just like being comfortable with communication with like your teammates is something that I learned a lot about this time around with CoMotion. It's really a pleasure to work with all of you, and it's rare to have like a team this big. So really just getting comfortable with the team and having that like communication channel of like, okay, are we like approachable with each other? Can we ask each other things? I think is like the main key to like having successful teamwork.
Yeah. It's that, the connection, right? It's feeling comfortable, feeling familiar, instead of like, oh my God, I'm afraid I'm say this to Lee and he or she is gonna like critique me very badly. Yeah.
That was the cool thing about this year too. We had like a lot of us had worked together before last year, so we already kind of had that relationship. So I think things went super smooth this year in terms of that.
That's good. We were ready to dish things out. Be real harsh, and blunt. Nice. Thank you, Olivia. And let's move on to the graphic design section with Mickey. So Mickey, with the graphic design team was tasked with developing a number of like deliverables such as branded flyers, social media posts. So what methods did you and your team use to help develop this concept?
Well, it was not possible without the enthusiasm and efforts of all the team's members. Everyone had fascinating and good ideas when were discussed during the winter break. Geometric shapes seem like simple shapes, but it actually has a lot of directions to explore. So because it's very much about composition, the relationship between each element in terms of size, color, and position. So our team were promoting the CoMotion to everyone. For the branding, we followed the graphic design principle of typography and trying to be clean and simple with our wonderful 2.5D elements design.
Nice. So in what way did working on graphic design elements for a motion conference push you to step out of your comfort zone?
That's a great question. Yeah, actually, it's very interesting for graphic design because currently graphic design is more and more not limited to static image. That's why motion was born. So as a graphic team, although we are mostly responsible for static deliverables, we shouldn't lose the potential of motion hidden behind the static. Mostly, we focus on getting the aesthetic of graphic design itself and also concern the aesthetic of the design without breaking it after adding the movement. Yeah. Okay. Also we focus the placement like patterns of geometric shapes and even typography between text and shapes.
I see. So you have to consider, how you have to consider the motion, right? It's not just static, what the animation team would do, or how you'll look in animation. So designing for motion. So was there any way in what ways did it challenge the work to be pushed further? With that mindset of, I'm designing for motion. Is there anything new added to the design process aside from what you just spoke just now?
Actually, the biggest challenge was the collaboration, but the biggest surprise was also the collaboration because many deliverables needs to be completely earlier than other teams. Because in the first months of production, we are meeting every 3 days, even though we had to overcome 4 different time zones, such as our title cards. Yeah, are required to work with the animation team, and also we make sure that every layer and every assets were correct, and also Instagram great. Everyone can look at the SCAD CoMotion. Without collaboration, we can do not that. There are including the wonderful text animation, the Desmond helps, and also the director's beautiful wave animation, also graphic team animated the shapes. So each member was stepping out of their comfort zone, using their passion to bring amazing design. They will try their best to put their all efforts on deliverables. For me, it's very kind of wonderful experience. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, collaboration is definitely important in CoMotion because I think people have the mindset that even though it's collaboration, when they assign a shot, they feel like it's on them to carry the weight. It feels like they are solely responsible. I would tell people that and when you work in CoMotion as on the branding team, it's not a one-player game. You have to work with the rest. Even if you don't know how to do something, that's all right. Ask for help, ask the lead for advice and suggestion. Even just talking it out, right? You don't have to keep it to yourself and say, I don't know what to do. Yes. So communication and this collaborative mindset is what makes CoMotion a success. Yeah. So thank you, Mickey, for your input. And we'll move on to our final segment, part 3, which is the behind the scene of the behind the scenes, or basically the website, the documentation, and symposium. So let's start with Andrew with the web design. So what are some complications? So for the third time, right? You designed the website for the third time for CoMotion. So was there any complication encounter when you're creating the website, and how did you resolve them?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if I didn't face any complications, I'd be worried that I wasn't doing enough. You know what I mean? So unlike things like graphic design, illustration, web design is all about constraints, whether it be technical constraints of like, does this work on everyone's computer, things like that. Physical constraints, like, will this look good on a TV? Will it also look good on a small little phone? And also just like balancing function with aesthetic and form, right? Like there's these amazing illustrations that are working, but if someone can't use the website, if they can't like actually like fulfill that function, then what's the point? I think any idea on the website, whether it be the logo animation, adding it on there, or even the attendees page, it starts from this point A, which is this idea that we have in our head that how it's going to look, and needs to get to point B, which is how it's going to be executed. And there's always going to things that with web design is always going to be things that go wrong, always things are going to change, but it's like, how close can we get to that original idea? Like for instance, like I know the hero animation went through many versions, but it's all about how close can we get to like a perfect and seamless experience within that time range.
Nice, yeah. And I think I really love this year's website because of the interactivity. Like when the website was live, and then I just was clicking randomly, and you can just create spheres around the logo. Oh my god, that's so cool! And just click as many as possible, and even just hovering over like the company's name or like the block would like shift or change. I was like, oh, it's really small elements like this that makes me feel like, oh, this is a great website. So really happy to have you on the team again. You graduated this year, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh no, what are we gonna do without you?
I guess we'll be fine.
You sure? Okay. Well, I hope you are able to pass on to your lower classmen to take over and keep this going. But we'll see. There'll be a separate discussion. So anyway, what advice would you give to creative who are looking to make their website stand out?
Yeah, I think kind of like the simplest advice would be focusing on surprising the viewer or whoever you intend to view this website, whether it be a potential employer, whether it be your friends or your family, and be kind of as authentic as possible. Like you should let your work kind of speak for itself, and don't get in the way of your work, which if you're trying to get a job, that's kind of what you're selling. But don't be afraid to kind of put something on your website that you haven't seen anywhere else. In fact, like please do put something on your website that you've never seen anywhere else, right? Do whatever it takes for you to be extremely confident with your website and to own every kind of aspect of that. Whether it's a hobby or an interest, incorporate it, whether it be in the design or even in like the content of what you put on your website itself. So finding ways to make your website more memorable is kind of what I try to focus on.
I see. So injecting your personality, right? Make it a little bit more fun, but also kind of fulfill the brief.
Yeah. The weirder websites are always the more memorable ones. So focusing on that.
Nice. Thanks, Andrew. All right. So let's move on to the web process and also the process book. So we're gonna discuss with Sam on how she managed a documentation team. So for those who don't know, if you go to the SCAD CoMotion website, there's a page called process where you can see how the title sequence or like each deliverable how was it done. So that was prepared by Sam and the team. So there was a lot of deliverables. So Sam, how did you what was the system for maintaining organization and ensuring that proper documentation was kept?
So proper documentation, we basically collected all the process and deliverables in a system of Google Drive folders. And then that made it easier for us to sort through things and to place things in the process book and to pass on files to the web team. It also required a lot of communication with the other team. So we delegated each of our team members with roles that would go towards like graphic design, animation, experiential, and just different areas that, there was a lot of deliverables to collect. So it just required a lot of us to really reach out to everybody. So
okay, that's smart because Sigi from the team will keep reaching out to me for deliverables. So that's smart, having like assigning like one personnel to like each team or several teams, so it's easier to manage. Did you know ahead of time like what elements of this creative process you will be documenting?
Yeah, we did. At the beginning of production, we were given the production timeline, and we kind of used it as a check sheet or a checklist, just to see like when things would be done, what stage they were in, and to just take note of like what we wanted to include in the process book and then in the process booklet. We were also given a little bit of guidance from last year's documentation lead, Alex, on just like what we should look for and just how to do documentation in general, since this is such like a new area of promotion.
Yeah, awesome. Yes, because everyone's helping one another, so that's good. And was the process of documenting the work for the website different from the booklet for the book?
Definitely. I think like the web team was very lovely to work with. They were very patient and kind, and they kind of just gave us free reign with like what we wanted to do. When creating the website, we used Figma to create a prototype, which I don't think a lot of students have really like used before. So it's kind of fun to kind of teach the team how to use Figma and just for to learn how to like lay out a web page. So I think like the process for learning InDesign and Figma and also just like putting together a web page is sort of different in terms of like constraints and just like what we have to use, like animation versus static images. So it's kind of fun to sort of like, I don't know, create a page that was unique to this year's CoMotion.
Ah, nice. Yeah, I love Figma. It's so intuitive. I honestly prefer it more than InDesign. And I do recommend like current students to learn Figma because it's becoming even more relevant. To say you want to take a SCAD Pro class, it's like you're going to use Figma to do a collaborative design for a website, for an app. And then if you're working for, say, tech companies, they might throw you a Figma file and tell you, hey, you got to animate this. So you got to learn how to export like stuff from Figma to After Effects with this plugin or extension called AUX. So for those who are not familiar with Figma, I suggest you to look into it after this panel or like after CoMotion. All right, thanks, Sam. And we'll move on to our final segment, the symposium with Kagan Marks. Yes, and then there was one. So Kagan, can you tell us about what this symposium book is about and how it came about and why?
Yeah, so I think it probably seems kind of weird at first to have another, book on top of the process book. But this one sort of came about when I was discussing CoMotion with one of my professors, Michael Betancourt, and we just got to talking about like the size that CoMotion has grown to, like just the size of the conference in terms of attendees and things like that. And thinking that we should probably start keeping a record of the event proper. So I think the process book and the documentation team every year does a really good job of documenting what goes on with the branding team kind of leading up to CoMotion, the event. But we wanted to sort of have this thing for posterity. If anyone was interested in like, oh, what went on last year, the year before, maybe before I got to SCAD, they could maybe open up this book, and get some ideas about the themes and the panels and the attendees and whatnot. So that's how it got started.
I see. So when planning this book, right, what was the most important details you felt that had to be included?
I think the most important things, especially while we're virtual, honestly, is we have a section, it's a spread for each attending studio, each attendee that has some headshots of who is actually doing the portfolio reviews and stuff like that, who's come in and represent the studios, which obviously isn't a one-to-one replacement, but sort of after last year's virtual CoMotion, I sort of felt like I missed some face-to-face interaction outside of the portfolio reviews, like, meeting people at mixers and whatnot that you maybe don't necessarily have a portfolio review with, but you just sort of get to put these faces to names and things like that, because it is a small world, of motion design. So it's good to just know who people are. But then on the other hand, there's also sort of a display of each studio's work, or some samples of their work, which I think would serve as a really good research aid for any like newer students, right? Who maybe, like if you go to the website or something like that, there's a list of each studio, but like if you didn't know who each studio was, it might be kind of intimidating to have like a big list of 45, 50, whatever logos. So someone could maybe flip through this book, and see like, oh, this studio does this kind of style and this studio does that, and sort of start their research, I guess.
I guess it's like a detailed documentation of the event itself, right? What the event is about.
Yeah.
As for what Sam would do is more about the process of the event. Yeah, so that's good. That's good. And what do you hope to accomplish with this first publication?
I mean, aside from like sort of creating the research aid and things like that, I think we also wanted to inject a little bit of like academic conversation into this book as well. So like Scott, my co-editor, did a really good job. He did a really nice write-up of Hobbs's work. Hobbs are, Eddie and Nevin were our keynote speakers this morning. So just doing sort of a detailed reading of some of their work, specifically the drone shows. And, because we are somewhat of an academic conference, technically, I think, because the school puts it on, right? Like injecting some academics into the more, I guess, like networking side of the conference. Also, I guess the goal would probably be to set some sort of precedent, or like make it easier for people next year if they want to continue doing this.
Yeah.
I don't know.
If oh wow, I hope it continues, right? I hope it's just not a one-time thing.
That'd be embarrassing for me.
But great job. But I believe you can download the PDF from the SCAD CoMotion website, right?
It is on the same page as the documentation, the process book.
All right. So for those who are interested, and go to our website and have a look at it. And yeah, thank you, Kevin, for your input. And we come to the end of our panel. Ooh, oh my God, it was pretty tough with so many people. But with CoMotion of this scale, it's natural, right? The collaboration, the team just gets bigger and bigger each year. The events get bigger and bigger each year, and each year it also gets really tough. And I think, but we're able to we weren't doing it alone, so everything was okay, right? CoMotion is always like this. We always worry like, oh no, something's gonna happen, there's gonna be a crisis, but sometimes we forget this is like a shared suffering that we all go through, right? So for those for next year's branding team, don't worry about it, don't worry so much about it. Just know that you have a team to count on, and communicate, be transparent with one another. And I just want to acknowledge like all the leads who have on the branding team, as well as our team members, as well as the volunteers, as well as the MOMELove officer, right? This event took us 5 or 6 months to work on. It was a lot of work. We spent a lot of like sleepless nights. We spent a lot of hours each week just working on CoMotion. But we wanted to make it a good one. That's why we worked so hard, right? And yeah, so thank you to the branding team, thank you to MOMELove, right, for doing such a great job for making an event success this year. And for those who are watching this, it kind of makes us feel good when you just reach out to us and say thanks. Having some acknowledgement kind of show us some gives us some emotional support. But something small like that is if you see officer, just thank them. Even if it kind of comes off as awkward and random. But anyway, the event's just getting started. This is just day 1 of CoMotion. We have 4 upcoming panels over the next 2 days, aside from our portfolio reviews. And you can find the links to the panels at the SCAD CoMotion website, or in the link in the description, which is in the link in the description below. Or you can just subscribe to the YouTube channel, and then after that, just set reminders for each day of the live stream. I think that's it. One last thing is that if you're interested in helping funding of MOMELove club activities, as well as CoMotion, you can check out our merchandise store at Society 6, where you can buy shirts, mugs, toothpick holders, notebook. There's a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so check it out. I think that's all we have for today's panel. We are the CoMotion 2 branding team, and we'll see you next time.
very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had.